All right, all right. We are live. We are live. We are live. Yep, we're live. I think they're muted right now. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Entertainment with a second cup of coffee, honey. We are watching the Depp-Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp trial. Hello, Meddy and Jeff. Gonna be doing live commentary to this. I'm Church of Debra. If you're just passing by, Premier Granny Gamer, YouTube personality, another woman with an opinion, honey. If you're just joining us, this is the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Good morning, ladies and
This is Judge Penny Ascarat, I think.
Good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Tara Roberts.
All right, let's see if we can get her on here.
Okay, we're calling someone. I don't know if we're doing cross-exam. What's going on today? We're going to find out. Miss Roberts. Okay, so this is a remote witness.
Can you hear me, Miss Roberts?
Hello, Dylan. Hello, Fraction. Girl, the work from home environment, Zoom call is not working. Miss Roberts, better come on, Henny. I like this judge.
Miss Roberts?
I think she has handled this really well. Very fair. You know, very just, you know, unlike that last judge that was in the news for Rittenhouse, you could tell, like, girl, just a wonderful judge, unbiased.
See if she's on mute or not.
Girl. Is it Julia Roberts? Is that who we're waiting on? Look at all the fans. Or, you know, you can tell, like, all the people that are showing up there. They got really rowdy the other day, and the judge had to, like, quiet them down, girls. Hello, Chloe, honey.
Oh. Can you hear me, Miss Roberts?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Girl,
swear affirm to
right
tell the
hand
truth
on
and
the
nothing but the truth.
Zoom.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
On the big screen.
Someone check the witness's VPN. I mean, I gotta give a good shout out. Whoever's handling the tech side in the court, girl, the stress level between all the different things that have to be shown, no time for delay. I just couldn't imagine the stress. No one's allowed to be on a phone or anything while in the courthouse. I know there were some issues before with some of the people in the trial, getting on phones, trying to live tweet this stuff. No, you cannot do that in a court, honey. Even reporters, they have to use pen and paper, honey.
Just do a split screen so we can start, please.
Split. And this judge, I'm telling you, she likes to start on time. Like yesterday, there were some issues. I'm not sure what was going on. And things took time
Go ahead and ask your
to get started.
It's the best we're going to do right now.
Okay.
Okay, so we're doing a phone.
Good morning. Would you please state your name? For
Girl,
the
she's
record?
on speakerphone.
Tarly Roberts.
This is Tarly Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, how do you know Johnny Depp?
I manage his island in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas for the past 15 years.
Manages his island.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Jesus. 2 homes?
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel,
Yeah.
gas, groceries.
But I'm going to bump it up. It's a little
just
low.
Day-to-day operations staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
An estate in the middle of nowhere.
Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if we could publish this to the jury.
Now, I believe this is Johnny Depp's lawyer that we're watching. Well, honey, I think he's going to end up having to sell the island. I don't know how you can support all these homes. I just don't see how that's possible. Up there she is. Girl, she's got a gaming chair. Good for her. Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Miss Roberts, take off your glasses. Come on now.
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348?
So they're showing her a photo of the house
And this
on the
hasn't been
island.
submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
Girl, are they really? Don't over zoom, honey. Oh, girl. We can see the reflection. What are we looking at? Girl, are they literally trying to see it through her glasses?
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
His closet.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
Imagine if she was
All right,
driving.
348 in evidence. Do you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please publish
Okay.
that to the jury? And Mr. Gibson, once it's published, if we could play that again.
So I think they're just trying to validate that she really has been to the house, establish that for the jury, and to also establish that she knows what the home looks like, what the closet looks like.
And
I'm
Ms.
guessing they're
Roberts,
going to be
what is
showing
that
some
doorway
stuff.
with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
What happened in
In
the
his house.
closet?
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and 3 others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
Oh, you kind of want that.
There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Oh, how much?
Other than this monthly salary, what
A
other sources of
monthly
income
salary?
do you have?
Most people get a yearly salary.
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Jesus.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
Oh, they turn the lights on.
The island
In
was
the
a very family
courthouse.
atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social. funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
Well, honey, I'm sure you did when you're getting dividends.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started
Somebody
with
just-
All right, hold on a minute, ma'am.
Somebody's
Objection.
talking and
Relevance.
It goes to just Miss Roberts'
establish
knowledge of who
that-
came down to the island.
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay.
oh, well, it ain't establishing nothing with that.
Miss Roberts, Miss Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had
siren, the fighting siren,
Paul
Annie.
Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettneys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the
The
Bettneys came down?
Um, it was a normal trip. We had an
she
incident where
does
I
down
was
there.
asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
So we sent her
I believe it
away,
was
and then we
shortly
invited
after
her
they started
back.
dating.
What was your impression of Miss Heard when you first met her?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
what?
Next question.
I mean,
I think Ms. Berthoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can
They-
answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice.
Amber's
couple in love.
attorneys
They-
do
she
this
cooked for
all the
him,
time. The other day,
cleaned
the
up,
dude
they
literally
took care of
screamed
each other.
objection to his
Very happy
own
couple.
question.
When, if at all, did that change?
It's so bizarre.
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
Mushroomed.
How often would you see
What?
Miss Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Mushroomed.
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses,
Oh, her braid's pretty.
sometimes more.
And how often would Miss Heard come down to the island?
She wearing her Aquawoman
At the beginning,
suit.
probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
Jackets can't.
During your interactions with Miss Heard, what, if any, changes did you observe of Miss Heard?
The taking care of the cooking the meals, we then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things
With
like
her.
that. Changed.
More upper
and,
class. She wanted it to be
pretty
more
much that.
she wanted to be waited on.
Miss Roberts, were you on the
She wanted
island
that
in
lifestyle.
August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny,
Totally
Amber,
correct.
and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of.
I mean, is she literally flying them? Uh-oh.
Miss Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
A couple of days later, Dr. Kipper arrived.
What do you recall
she
about
just
that
posted
time that
it
Mr.
now.
Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
That he was going to be here.
What a job
They were
these
going to be here
lawyers.
for
Looks
an
like
extended
Dr.
period of time,
Oz.
at least a month or longer. and so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or two, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier?
Yes, it was.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox?
Are we panning?
I was every day, but not face to face. Just from delivering, replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters, and things like that, linens, and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
It's a really pretty bride.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
Girl, the shade.
While Ms. Heard was on the island for the detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't see anything.
Here we go, another person.
After Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard left the island,
I mean,
what
not to
happened
say
next?
this lady's not biased. Obviously, she's been
We would
employed
go
by
into the
Johnny
house
for a long time,
and,
but Lord, everybody is saying the same thing, honey.
Refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up
I mean,
again.
if you were an abuser, I mean, you would think
After they left,
you would just,
what, if any,
especially if you had your own
property damage did you
island
observe?
with your own basic laws.
There wasn't any.
I mean, if there was abuse was going to happen, it would definitely happen on
Ms.
the
Roberts,
island.
to what extent were you involved in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Heard's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Pretty much all aspects of it, logistics, work permits, getting things set up onto the island, to the island, staff, provisions, building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and from the island.
The tents.
When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay, next question.
What communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Heard about the wedding?
We were given information on a schedule to better help me schedule and the provisioning of what would be on the island, beverages and food and things like that. We were given a schedule for daily things were going to happen each day. What time foods were when people were coming in.
Basically, he created his own Carnival
just so
cruise
we
ship.
had a better idea of planning of what was happening. It was detailed. It was what was happening each day and then it was the rehearsal night, and there would be, we had scheduled, it would be dinner, dancing, drugs, music, and then the wedding. We were very
she's an honest
conscious
woman.
about doing the wedding the next day.
Drugs,
We were doing the
music,
wedding,
girl. She was out there
the
getting
ceremony,
drugs
and
for
we
Johnny.
were specific on time. Privacy was very important. We were
Privacy.
very careful of people taking pictures. I think everybody was given disposable cameras and asked not to take pictures.
Everybody was
concerned
given
about that
disposable
also,
cameras
but we
and
were doing
asked to
the,
not take pictures.
Ceremony at sunset.
What?
So there really
Then why
wouldn't
did you
be,
give them disposable
issue
cameras?
With, paparazzi people and things like that. And shortly when the ceremony was about to happen, it actually happened earlier than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up early.
I mean,
and we were still
listen, I
scrambling for
understand they're
flowers and
celebrities,
setting up and getting.
but who the
beverages
hell
and,
cares that Johnny Depp got married with Amber Heard?
snacks
Like,
down
you
there,
ain't that
and there was
famous.
a plane circling overhead, and it would just kept on circling and circling and taking pictures, and the ceremony proceeded earlier than was scheduled.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, as part of the provisioning for the wedding, did you order alcohol for the wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay.
Oh,
Ms. Roberts,
got
what
them
did you
eyes.
order for the wedding? in February 2015?
I was given a list of.
I mean, she already said she got
I was
drugs
given
and
a list of beverages for wines, champagnes. I was asked to have Dr. Pepper and
Yeah.
sugar-free Red Bull here because at that time that was what Mr. Depp or Johnny was drinking, was Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull.
Okay.
Ah.
Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Dr. Pepper.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Girl, that alone will get you
Who
a
did you
guilty
observe drinking
verdict.
alcohol at the wedding?
Pretty much everybody was drinking and doing shots and celebrating. It was a party.
Ms. Roberts, I'd like to discuss with you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were on the island in December 2015. Who came down to the island with them?
I flew to Nassau to meet them, which is what I normally do. I meet himself, Johnny, and whoever comes to the island. I fly to Nassau to meet them just to make sure that the transition is smooth with customs and immigration. So I flew to Nassau and I met Johnny.
Girls, if you do
Amber,
me a
his
favor, hit
children,
that like
and a
button.
friend of their,
You're
of the
watching
children,
it. Let's upgrade them
and
now.
load the luggage onto the caravan plane, and we boarded the plane and came to the island. And a couple of days into the trip, Alice and Greg and
Alice
Alice's
Cooper.
3 children.
I think
Nanny,
that's who she's
came to the
referencing.
island as well.
Alice Cooper.
Who are Alice and Greg?
Alice Cooper.
Alice is a clothes designer,
Oh,
and
never
Greg
mind.
was her partner, and I believe he's a photographer.
When did you first interact with Ms. Heard when she came to the island in December 2015?
At the airport when I flew to Nassau to meet everybody. Usually when they come down off the plane.
I mean,
there's
I
hugs
just
and
want to get
kisses
an
and chatting for a
expense
couple minutes
report
while
on
the
all
luggage is
this
transferred.
because, girl, how much
How close were you to
money?
Ms. Heard?
Close, hug, kiss. You know, how are you? Talk. Same with everybody.
Hug, kiss.
So face to face, cheek to cheek.
What, if any, makeup did you observe Ms. Heard wearing when you first interacted with her?
This
don't
is Johnny's
recall,
attorney, from my
if she was or
understanding.
was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural. I don't think often.
So
she wore
before they
makeup on
try
the
to
island.
establish that Amber Heard was always wearing
I
makeup
don't recall her
in
wearing
privacy, like in private
What,
moments,
if any, injuries did you notice on Ms. Heard?
they're trying to establish that she didn't and that
I
she
didn't
would have
notice
seen
any.
it. See?
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned
No
that
bruises.
Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during that time. How often did you observe Gregory on
Because
the
Amber
island?
is trying to make the case she lived with an
I
abuser
interacted
the
every day
entire
because,
time.
meals went down and changing the sheets and cleaning the room. So I see everybody every day.
Girl, she
there.
She had to clean after
And when you
the
saw him, what was he doing?
They were doing. There was a photo shoot on the island. Amber was wearing Amber was wearing Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot on the beach. And Greg was taking the pictures.
What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came down to the island?
This isn't a cross-examination. This
There was a
Hello, miss.
incident between Johnny and Amber here during that trip.
Okay, can you please describe that incident?
Uh-huh.
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished. We wrapped everything up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office
Girls, don't
later on
forget
that
to like that
evening,
video.
and Johnny was in the office up here, and he was agitated, kind of walking back and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything because I wasn't sure if he was up here to get something or was looking for something, which wouldn't be unusual for people to come up here. So he was here, talked for a couple minutes, the 3 of us, and a couple minutes later, Amber came into the office and the 3 of us were in the office, and Amber came in, and she was asking him to tell him to come back to the house. Please come back. I'm sorry. Come back. And he stood here, reluctant to go. Didn't want to go. And a little exchange back and forth. He left the office.
The
and got
positions
into
that
his
these people are
vehicle and
putting in.
started it up, and Amber went outside and stood in front of the vehicle, so that didn't drive away. Amber was standing in front of it, and again, she was asking him to don't leave. I'm sorry. Come back to the house. After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle and they left to go back to their house.
What happened after they went back up to the house?
Some crazy shit.
CJ and I were still in the office, and
We gossiped about
weren't
it.
really sure. Decided that maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that everything was okay. And so we got in the golf cart and we drove up to their house. Got into the parking lot, and his vehicle was in the parking lot, and you could hear them. You can hear them inside the. You could hear inside the house yelling, Amber yelling, and Johnny answering back, and you could really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes, CJ and myself, and then you started to hear. It became audible. Amber was telling him that he was a washed-up actor. He was going to die a fat, lonely old man. Then you heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say, you hit me with a can.
Look at Amber's face right now. This is not going to read well for
Amber
the
was behind him, and she had a bottle in her hand.
for the jury. Look at her
There was
face.
a brief pause the moment.
She's smirking.
I think of initial shock or uncertainty of why, that we were there. Neither Johnny nor Amber knew that we were there. He proceeded to walk back to the John Deere.
John Deere.
She again walked. He was just sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house. That she was sorry. Please come back in the house.
This is insane.
And he didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him, and I love you, I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there. Eventually got out of the John Deere and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt and trying to pull him back to the house. Just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back into the house and yelling at him. And at that point,
How much were you making, honey?
And, felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from
The cafe?
from the house, because it was the only place I could take him to.
He
at
has
the
a
time.
cafe on his private island?
And you mentioned that Ms. Heard was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
What is this, Sam's?
It
She's
was,
security
clawing,
too,
grabbing
Miss
his
B.
clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and
This
come
is
back. He couldn't leave
insane.
the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there wasn't a way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touch Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, sustained objection.
Ms. Roberts, how did Mr. Depp react to Ms. Heard
There
viciously
you
grabbing
go.
him?
That's a good way to word it.
He didn't. He stood there with his arms by his side, and he didn't do anything.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened next?
Cafe.
I was concerned because I had heard him say that
Objection,
he'd gone.
objection to her being concerned. That's not responsive.
I'll sustain as to concerned, all right?
Okay, Ms. Roberts, without testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you went back to the cafe with Mr. Depp?
When we went back to the cafe, he had a mark across the bridge of his nose. I got a bag of ice to put on it so that it wouldn't swell, just to make sure that it wasn't bleeding. And he walked over to the love seat at the cafe, and he laid down and went to sleep. And CJ came back over, and I asked CJ to stay there.
The cafe has a love
seat for the remainder of the morning. And I left CJ inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch.
Hello, maternity. Hello,
When did you
Johnny.
next see Ms. Heard?
That morning, I saw her that morning.
How
mean,
close
this
were you
is
to Ms. Heard when you
terribly
interacted with her the next morning?
Conversation in a couple feet away.
When you saw her, how did she appear?
They had guests leaving, and it was kind of a normal morning.
Honey,
Going
answer
down
the
to the beach
question.
to
How did
see
she
the
appear,
guests
honey?
leave.
What, if any, makeup was Ms. Heard wearing?
Again, I'm not sure. If she wore makeup on the island, if it was very natural looking.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp?
The marking across the bridge of his nose.
Look at her smile.
After and
You are
when
in
did Ms. Heard and
front
Mr.
of
Depp
a
leave
jury.
the
Why would you smile when you're talking about
I believe they
assault?
left that
Whether it
afternoon,
didn't
just
happen or
that
it did
afternoon,
happen.
And I believe they left that.
This
afternoon.
is life, honey.
After Ms. Heard and Mr.
Are you
Depp left
kidding
the
me?
island, what did you do next?
Our usual. we
The
go
jury
into
is
the
literally
buildings
looking
and,
at them.
We break them down. We empty out the
Oh
refrigerators.
my God, I
garbage,
cannot. This
take
is
all
not
the
going to play
perishables
well,
out
I
of the
don't think.
house, straighten the place up.
No,
take
Amber
rooms
Heard
away,
smiled. She
things like that.
reached back, gave the note to her other attorney, and was smiling.
What did you observe when you went through that process?
I mean, come on, honey.
The island was as it was when they arrived. The only thing that was different was there was the liquid on the deck with a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it, which had leaked out onto the deck. And then in the over the railing were paintbrushes and art supplies, paintbrushes, paint tubes, big jars that the paints are in, and those were all scattered in the bush.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first time you provided testimony about this incident in December 2015?
I believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Ms. Roberts, how often have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods of time where he's been here and he doesn't drink, and it's non-alcoholic Beck's or something like that. It varies. Sometimes he drinks when he's here, sometimes he doesn't.
How
Yes,
often have you
a
seen Ms.
cafe
Heard
on his
drink
island
alcohol on the
fracture.
island?
She drank wine. She drank wine with her drink was wine with dinner, maybe in the afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking
I mean, a
alcohol
lot of
when
people
Mr. Depp
drink
was
wine
not
with their
drinking
dinner.
alcohol?
Objection leading.
Sustained as leading.
Okay.
That would be amazing, fractured.
How often have you seen Mr. Depp drunk?
All the time.
I would know he has a huge tolerance for alcohol. I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything like that. So,
See, there she goes again.
Drinks.
She's smiling.
but I haven't seen him passed out drunk.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't smile, but when you're in
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
you're in a
All right,
court of
cross-examination.
law,
Thank you,
honey, while the jury's looking at you. All right, she's about to get cross-examined by Amber's.
Ms. Roberts, the salary you receive
Here we
for
go.
managing the
So they're
Bahama
going to try to
Island
play that she's
is
on Johnny's
approximately
side because of so much
$10,000
money.
a month, correct?
10,000 a month?
Correct?
Okay. And
Jesus.
so that comes out to $120,000 a year?
I'll be
Correct.
Miss B
Okay.
will split it.
And
Come on,
you've been-
honey.
And you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
They're going to try to show her bias to Johnny.
Correct.
Right. In fact, I think you got
Obviously.
it raised to $10,000.
Miss B, we're gonna split it, Danny.
in 2018. Do you remember
That's not
that?
all she gets, Mitty. She gets dividends, too.
No, I don't know the exact number, but I know I get that a month.
Okay. And that's in addition to all of the expenses,
Yeah.
correct?
Free room and
For running
board.
the
The
island.
expenses,
Of running the island.
I get a salary every month. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So the other people that are on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Duh.
Yes.
If her
Okay,
salary is
and
$10,000,
all of
you
the
don't share it with
expenses
other people you
have,
work
talked about
with.
what you have to do to provision the island and everything else and run it. All of those expenses are paid separately, correct?
Duh. She ain't a school
Correct.
teacher. She don't buy her own supplies.
And you said you've been managing this island for 15 years for Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Jeez.
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment about those two videos that you testified to were part of the house. The first video was missing both the closet and the bathroom, correct?
What? Are they going to try to say the video,
I-
she hasn't never seen the full
I don't
home?
remember. I'd have to look at it again.
All right. And the
There was
second,
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, I'm sorry, you didn't come through. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think in the first video, the beads were the closet, and then there was the bathroom next to the closet.
Okay, that was
That's
the
what you asked me.
that was the second video.
Oh.
Do you know who?
Sorry.
Do you know who took those videos?
Oh, I did.
Okay. When did you take those videos?
Oh, it would have to be, I'm not sure, a couple of years ago, maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you take those videos for the UK trial?
I don't recall if it was for that.
Right. Is there a reason that the closet and the bathroom were left out of the first video?
She's not filming a movie, honey.
No, I stood in the house and did a circle around of the house.
Okay. Who asked you to make that video?
She's she manages the island, probably
not
her
sure.
own
I'm not sure.
sins.
Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who asked me.
Okay.
No, I can't.
Okay. Now the second video, that shows the closet and then there's a door there.
Are they
Would
trying
you
to
agree
say that
door
R.
opens
Kelly
up
is in the
into a
closet?
bathroom?
Is this where Tom Cruise is at?
Next to the closet, yes.
Okay. And we don't have a video of the bathroom, correct?
I don't believe there was a video of the bathroom.
And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll overrule it now. Okay.
Correct?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to. I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and
Yeah,
no one
she's
asked
trying
you
to set up.
videotape
She's
the
trying to show
bathroom,
that
correct?
that this lady is not going to know where the assault happened. She didn't get
Now,
to see it.
Let's
She
talk
doesn't
for
even
a
know.
moment about the logistics of the island. So, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
Yeah.
Did Johnny
I
just
don't
pull out
know. I walk it. It's
cigarette?
just outside his house through the parking lot and walkway to the cafe.
Okay. And
I
the,
don't.
okay, and the
Miss
cafe
B, I think so.
is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then,
dinners, yes.
and then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
See
Or
this
I stay
smirking?
in the middle
Depp
of
just
the
smirked.
island, yes.
I don't think you should do
How far away is
that.
that from the cafe and the house?
They have separate
Objection
kids.
compound.
He has separate kids. I don't think Amber Heard has
I'll
any
sustain the
kids.
objection if you want.
How far away is it from the house?
What?
Where
Reaction-
I stay,
Yes.
She should have re-asked the question.
probably a 3-minute golf cart ride,
Okay,
5-minute walk.
okay. And then when other guests come, I think you were talking about tents.
I
Do
think.
they stay in tents?
No, the tents were
It's so weird.
tents were erected for the wedding, and then they were dismantled. And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay, so how much accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house which has the bed in it, and then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
I think he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he shouldn't
Now,
be chewing gum.
when
I mean,
Mr.
all
Depp
this
and Ms. Hurd were visiting,
can play
whether
like
they
you
had
have
the
no
children there
respect
or
for the
not,
jury. That's why you stand for the jury.
typically,
Jury. Sorry.
would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
Is this an MLM?
No, sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right, and then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would
Probably
you
so
leave the
many.
meal and then come back and clean
All
up
of our
afterwards?
homes.
Objection compound.
Yep. See, there was too many questions in
Sustain
that
the
one.
All right, we'll take that one at a time.
Because you can't.
Typically,
Now
would
you
you
know
bring
that
the
you're a
meals
lawyer. You cannot ask multiple
them?
questions.
Myself or one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it you that would
She
take-
knew that was compound. Did you make the food? Did you take it to their house? Did they also sometimes? Did you eat with them? Yes. Well, what are you
often?
implying yes
Maybe
to?
every other day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their
See,
buildings or eating together.
her lawyers
Would
come
you
off
stay
so
and
bad,
eat the
in my
meal With
opinion.
them, or would you leave?
I honestly think
If we were invited
she
for
better
dinner,
have
we
some
would all
damning
eat
evidence.
together.
I really feel like
Usually
she's
we
going to
would
lose this.
Take the food to the places and leave.
I mean, he might lose too. I mean, they both
And
might
then
lose.
Would you be
I don't know if he'll
called to come
win,
pick
but I
them
think
up?
Amber Heard is going to lose.
No. We would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
Okay. So other than bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how
Yes,
often
but
did you
we're not done with the
interact
poo.
with
Amber
Mr. Depp
Celeste
and Ms. Hurd
take the
during days
stand.
when they were on the island?
On average, every day.
In what context other than delivering the meals and picking them up?
Oh, just see if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. Generally passing them if they were walking or in the office or
I feel
on
like
the
he's
beach.
chewing nicotine gum.
Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them. No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
Yes, unless they were on the beach.
Okay.
Then I would know. But
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there? Correct?
correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was taking drugs, correct?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
I would only know by cleaning up.
And you wouldn't know well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, or somebody else, would you?
Objection, compound.
What was overruled? I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I don't think that question plays into their favor.
Unless,
Because they're trying to establish that Johnny is the alcoholic and drinking. So now you're going to imply that Amber could have been the one
I would be
drinking.
able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of
Yeah,
physical
she's trying to sow a
abuse
lot
that
of
was
doubt
taking
in this
place behind
witness.
those closed doors, correct?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just
Now,
take
you
you
wouldn't
for a
know
moment to the December
that when I get home
2015
tonight-
time frame.
I'm going to
How
Order 2 Big Macs.
much advance notice are you typically given for when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's break it down. How
Ju-
much notice
oh,
are you given
see,
when Mr.
again,
Depp and his
she's doing this on
entourage are
purpose.
coming?
Obviously, this is a well-trained lawyer, but I don't
It
think
varies.
this is going to play right
Sometimes
to the
it's a couple days,
jury
sometimes it's a couple weeks.
because it just
So
comes
how much
off so
notice were you given in
arrogant.
December of 2015?
You know you can't ask a
to who would
compound.
be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
I believe sometime in November
Okay.
for that trip.
All right. And
Oh,
in
I see.
November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
Church of Debra.
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky Pennington's parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection, hearsay.
I recall.
How is that hearsay?
I'll overrule
Ju-
the objection. Go ahead.
I recall there was a change to.
I mean, I don't think that was hearsay.
The guests.
When did you learn of that?
Her questions
I
most
don't
of the time are
recall.
so
maybe a couple
vague.
weeks after, maybe it's in beginning of December, maybe middle of December.
Do
I'm
you-
not sure.
Do you recall if it was after December 15?
Do you remember? Happened on the island.
I don't
in
recall.
December.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be at
Objection.
Christmas on the island and suddenly they cancel?
Objection,
Yeah,
relevance.
That's no.
I think it's highly relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
It's not.
What, if anything, were you told?
Do you think it's
about
strange?
why
That's how she
they
would feel.
canceled?
That,
Objection,
That is
hearsay?
irrelevant.
Party opponent admission.
Yep.
We've
Well,
laid
you
a
don't know.
foundation for that.
Okay.
You
Who told
can't.
you
It doesn't
that
matter if she
Amber's
thinks
parents,
it's strange.
her best
What
friend,
matters
and
is what
fiancé,
happened.
And her best friend's parents were suddenly canceling coming for Christmas on the island.
Objection, compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That I think was the words.
Okay. So on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and
Well, America
Johnny,
has to
right?
know
Do you recall that
everything.
testimony?
Pricing.
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there, no.
Okay, and you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
In the seltzer water.
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay, but that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about...
So far they're just painting this
the
witness
summer
as you don't
of
know. You weren't there.
2013. Are you aware that Paul Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Objection, relevance,
What's the
and calls for
The
hearsay.
relevance is she testified that he was there on the island with her.
And calls for hearsay.
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber?
See, this
Heard?
is a play too, because if you notice, she never re-asked questions.
No, I'm unaware. I don't know that.
Well, let's stay on the summer of 2013 if we can. Do you have a recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily Rose and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling to J.K. Rowling?
Girl, what? What?
I
Girl.
don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
What?
If I tell you it was July,
He's selling a yacht.
2013, does that help
Or
refresh your
he was
recollection?
going to sell or maybe have sold a yacht to J.K. Rowling.
July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
it doesn't. I just know the yacht was sold.
okay, and you made arrangements, did you not, for a captain to captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
I mean, probably
No, I
just
didn't
so
have any
down.
responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection
Oh, probably
of being
so many.
called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection, hearsay, and compound.
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Can you ask me it again?
Do you have a recollection of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow it. Okay, let's just see.
I don't know.
so
if
confused.
Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for
Girl, the amount of
transportation off
money.
the island at the time.
And who the hell would get on a helicopter?
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it from him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection. to
Okay.
that.
Then I'll ask the next one. Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
I recall that he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when
Girl, she
Mr.
shot
Depp
her
was passed
down.
out face first in the sand?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Jack being upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack about it.
Okay. But you recall that Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment.
Here we go.
So
What was so funny is
you don't know
she led
what
with makeup
type of makeup regimen
when they were opening the
Amber
case.
uses every day, correct?
and she said this is the makeup Amber Heard used every day to hide the abuse
And
from
in
Johnny
fact, you
Depp.
don't
And then
know,
the
you
company
said
was like,
at
girl,
one
that
point you're
makeup,
not
we didn't
sure, but
release
it's
that
a
makeup
natural
until
look.
like
Do you recall that?
2018.
Yes, I did.
What?
Okay. And would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use? That
Yeah,
Yes,
they did not
there
make
is,
that
yes.
makeup compact at that
Okay.
time.
And there's sun in the Bahamas, right?
Oh my God, this is insane.
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
I think it was.
Oh, I mean, I totally agree. He
at one
passed
point
out
we
and
had
blacked
a
out.
brand
I totally agree with
Shiseido or
that.
something like that was on the island that we provided.
I mean, he's
do you know whether
he's,
Amber brought
he's
her
obviously
own
a
as well?
user. That's that's just the
I
fact.
don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
Oh my God, they are doing everything in the book to try
I wasn't told.
to prove why she
I
never
take it you didn't
once nobody ever witnessed her with marks on her face.
No, I wouldn't have asked if somebody had a skin condition.
Okay.
Who?
The wedding.
Yeah, she's getting $10,000. He shouldn't have done that. He
The
started
wedding was
laughing.
planned at sunset, correct?
Don't do that. See, his lawyer had to grab
Correct.
him to get him
And
to
in
stop.
fact, it went forward at
This
sunset.
that won't play well with these jurors.
It went earlier. It was earlier than
She's gonna meet a
So your
high.
recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding? Okay.
There was sunset pictures.
Okay. So, last couple questions. The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises to hide them from the kids?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain this.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover up any bruises or cuts
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'll sustain the objection.
You said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot.
Girl,
in December
it's called, baby, it's
2015.
called
Do you recall
Photoshop.
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether Amber was wearing any makeup for a photo shoot?
I'm not sure the part that I saw. She was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
This
All right,
is
redirect.
I don't think she did a good job at all, and she came off so brass. Girl, we all know about retouching. I mean, do I think there's light makeup with Amber? Of course, she's a celebrity, but girl.
Ms. Roberts, how many times have you seen Mr. Depp consume drugs?
Objection leading.
All right, sustained.
Ms. Bredehoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and he
Picked him,
I left him
girl,
underneath
$10,000 a month.
was
She
in a
picked
hammock,
him
and
up. Was she the Lady
I
Hawk?
believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned. And I picked him up and brushed him off
Jesus.
and left
Strong
him
woman.
underneath the lanai with Jack.
She picked him up and laid him
No further questions.
underneath
Ms.
the
Roberts?
lanai with
Subject to
Jack.
recall, Ms. Roberts.
Yes, potentially.
All right.
So we'll-
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject
She's
to
not gonna be able
recall,
to talk
do not
about the
discuss your
court.
testimony with anybody and just
So
not
they'll be
watch
bringing her
anything
back,
about this
possibly.
case. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Girl, she picked him up? How big is this woman?
Dr. Shannon Curry. She'll come right now.
Dr. who?
Shannon Curry,
Can you, is it C-U-R-R-Y?
Curry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like this isn't going to play well in Amber Heard's favor to the jury. Obviously, I think it's potential that they both lose their cases. Because remember, Amber is countersuing him. I mean, like, Johnny can lose, Amber can lose. So Johnny can win, and Amber can lose. They both can lose. And again, this is not a court of law. This is, you know, I mean, it's not a court of law. This is not a criminal case. Magnet, honey. Girl, Magnet has no idea how our court system works. That kind of scares me because Magnet's in college. Magnet, you don't see the jury, honey. What are you talking about? Oh my God, I can't. Girls, I don't have the patience. Magnet, these are people. These are people. These are your peers, honey. These are people that you can go. Magnet, if you fly down there, you can request to be in the courtroom. No, Magnet, the people you see in the courthouse are not the jurors. Like those people sitting behind there, like Judge Judy or whatever. Those Judge Judy doesn't have jurors, honey. That's small claims court. There's not jurors for that, honey. That's going to be overseen by the actual small claims court judge.
Or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. I do.
No, it can be anybody. It could be in the peers. Could be her friends and family.
morning,
Could be
Dr.
his.
Curry.
Could somebody in the community.
I'm Wayne Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a
What's
living?
she running for president?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
Oh.
What's your educational
Because
background?
This is a
received-
psych
I
val
started
for Amber
college at
Heard.
Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California,
we're gonna-
Irvine, where I
gonna
received my
see if she's
bachelor's degree in
crazy.
psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology
Virginia, I
at Pepperdine
believe,
University,
Frankfurt.
which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, etc., and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed
Witnesses
a
can't be
year-long
coached,
doctoral
Magnet.
internship at an American Psychological Association accredited
That's
doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree. And that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They
Now,
did admit two civilians.
Magnet.
I was
Now
lucky
come
enough to
on
be
now,
one of them.
honey.
I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral
What?
training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility, and that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate
If they
and
coached
my
her,
postdoctoral training,
she would be perjuring herself.
I obtained a
Because
it's called
obviously
a
they coached her to
postdoctoral
lie.
Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to
Girl,
prescribe
you know,
medications
you'd
as a
lose your
psychologist,
license over
'cause
there.
Psychologists don't traditionally prescribe, and we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping
I think
couples without
Depp
serious
called her,
problems improve
but
their
I could be
relationships.
wrong.
All right, what's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different
She's got
than
some
what many
breathtaking
people expect when they
cheekbones.
think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell
Okay,
each
this
other all
could
their
be their
problems and have an
couple
awkward,
therapy.
silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost
We'll
like a
ask
class.
our legal expert if I was wrong about that. But, Betty, I was correct, right?
Did you
can't
get,
coach
in the course of your education,
a
any
witness.
specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work
I
was
want her as my
dedicated to
doctor.
working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes,
That's where they're using her, I think, for
forensic
her.
psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues.
Okay.
And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
Girls, don't forget
So
to like the video.
Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there.
Girl, they
have wonderful funding
is a
and
very
a lot of new
educated
research going on, particularly for
or person.
PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health.
This is
While
a
I was
very
there, I
educated
did
person.
rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but
Fix my
also
life.
traumatic brain injuries after trauma,
Fix my
and
life.
doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with
Girl, she's
a whole
getting the
host of
government
issues,
money, too.
military
Girl, she is
stressors,
loaded.
Normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. Our practice,
Yeah, of course she wants that
my
money.
practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Oh, put your top on. She's
Well,
going to knock that drink over.
Most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is
Between
made, or usually
Ben,
there's a
who was
settlement,
the house manager yesterday, and
beforehand.
this lady, like, oh my God.
Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted
Girl, can
by
someone
the
pull the
military
blinds
Department of
down on
Defense,
Johnny Depp? My
now
God,
and
you know
again
that's
for
blinding
evaluations of
him.
PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the
Oh, God,
DSM,
not
is sort
Theranos.
of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. We
West Virginia
considered our
magnet.
Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for
The
a diagnosis
laws
of
worked out
PTSD.
better in his favor
And that's an event
in West Virginia.
that is life-threatening. It can also
suing for
involve
defamation.
sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders, if they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure. We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist
Where?
in California and Hawaii.
Okay.
Hawaii.
And any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can
wanna
think of
meet
off the
this
top of my
woman.
head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Can we get a scan of her in Fortnite?
Have you worked with the
She
Hawaii
just
Department of
looks
Courts
like
and
her
Corrections?
life is together.
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
I mean, can you run for office?
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
You don't need to be too
There
dressed up for court,
was.
Magnet.
So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're
So
obtaining
right now
a
she-
doctorate,
Magnet,
you
she's
contribute
looking at the
something
jury.
to the scientific field that you're
talking
in.
to him.
And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community.
Yeah, I remember
Tremendous
reading
trauma.
about this a long
and
time
my
ago.
research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
We're a multi-specialty mental health center, so we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Who's the Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And What was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
Yeah. What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state. But essentially, intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Okay. Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Heard. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
Objection.
No.
She was going to object, and she didn't.
Okay.
What?
What
Yeah.
types of documents did you consider?
Girl,
in this
I feel
analysis?
like sometimes they don't even listen when
So
they
I
say
reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from Nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused. And multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Of
Did there come
independence?
a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th,
It's making me depressed about my life.
2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Heard?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one
Jesus.
another. However, there were more hours involved in the
Girl,
evaluation.
this is gonna get really
with some
juicy
breaks. So we
when they
spent
really
7
get
hours
into it.
together
Right now,
on the
they're
first
just
day,
trying to
December 10th.
pull in
Not necessarily
credibility.
together because there was a 1-hour lunch
That she's
break.
been
and about a
there,
half
she's
hour with
professional,
breaks split up through the day.
she's
And then on the
licensed.
17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish, with a 1-hour break and another half-hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
A true narcissist is not going to like
As a result
this.
of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
Uh-oh. Court
The
TV
results
just
of
zoomed
Ms. Heard's
in.
evaluation supported 2 diagnoses: borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially, that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing, and along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah. Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health, and it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced two personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality something we take for
disorders,
granted,
and
but
something
these
else,
are the
Miss
traits,
B.
the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations.
But it
We
can be
might,
erratic.
be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new. But overall, if somebody were to describe us, or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes, and when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words, I apologize. So a treating environment, in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment, the mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there's no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's
Y'all, this lady's
combining information from
she's a
multiple
good
different
witness.
sources. One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements.
So they're trying to
confirm
prove that
whether
Amber
you have
Heard
enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
has mental issues,
So what's a clinical interview?
and that's
A clinical
why she was
interview
so
is
flying
a
off the
very
handle, always abusive to
comprehensive
Johnny,
interview. It includes a
basically.
person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms.
But they're still
they might
trying to
have.
build up the
This can
case that this
start
lady's
as far
very
back as
qualified.
birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their
How's in that
siblings?
Fiji water?
How many times did they have to move? Was
got a
there
little
any
caffeine
abuse?
boost,
Did they have
maybe.
any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student?
Oh, they're
Did they
gonna
need
really
special
try to poke
services?
holes at this
Did they
lady,
get in
but this
trouble
lady
at
seems to
school?
be very
and
together.
you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go
Yeah,
to college? Did
Miss
they not
B,
go to college?
totally.
How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they
Someone super
experienced?
chat me
You go
$40,000
through
so
the
I can
entire
afford to do
gamut
one
of
session
some of
with
the
this lady.
main symptoms you might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking, that means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress
Oh,
they may
God,
be
she's reading me again.
having today.
How did you conclude that Ms. Heard suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were
Theranos.
consistent with those diagnoses.
Theranos.
And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her
Fingerprint of
self-report.
blind.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning
50, I was
recess to
going to
not
tell you,
discuss the
15
case and
minutes,
to not do any
girls.
outside research.
Take a
okay?
moment here, too, to discuss everything. Stretch.
Your Honor,
We're
when
doing
would you
this
like to
for an hour and
reconvene?
27
Give me a moment,
minutes.
sir.
Again, you're rising for the jury. Oh no, Donnie, she spent 12 hours with Amber Heard, Donnie.
And doctor, since you're on the stand now, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point, okay?
See?
All right, let's go ahead and we'll come
No
back at
coaching, Meg.
11:45, okay? All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Your Honor.
You know, I mean, the thing about it is this could play either way because it could kind of help Amber because it does seem that obviously she has issues of her own. She has issues of her own. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it could help. I mean, again, it's such a sad situation all around because, you know, she defamed him. All this comes out in light that shows that she's not great at all. Now it's going to cost her movie career. When none of this, all this, no, we should not know about any of this. Seriously, you know, it's just it's a sad situation all around for both parties, both families, because you know these people are very wealthy. All this is about to disappear. I mean, I think Johnny can survive off of his money if he gets rid of a lot of things, but you know, Amber Heard's not no billionaire. You know, she doesn't have a long career. She's come accustomed to living wealthy. I'm sure she helps her family out, you know. And, you know, her career is probably going to be over from this. Johnny's already lost his career. So, we shall see. Girls, hello, everybody. Welcome to Church of Debra Live. If you're just joining, we are covering the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial today. We're going to be on a recess with the courts for 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back. Magnet asks, why would they lose any money? From projects, honey. I mean, if one thing we've learned from this trial is how much, and I've talked about this in the past, how much money is spent when you're a celebrity, especially when you're a celebrity of a really, you know, huge caliber, from security guards, island managers, 10,000 dividends, multiple houses, randomly deciding you want to get off the super yacht and fly back to the island and flying random things to the island and packing and this and that. I mean, listen, I've said, you know, I've shaded her in Aquaman, but I think she's good in that movie. Do I think my honest opinion, do I think Johnny Depp deserved to be kicked off of his movies? No. Do I think Amber Heard, even though I don't agree with none of this, when you hold it up to what happened to Depp, I agree that if we're going to hold him to the same standard, then she obviously should be held to the same standard. Since he was fired from WB's Fantastic Beast, she should have been fired from Aquaman, just going by the standards that these people and companies have set. But do I think really Amber Heard should lose her job in DC and Aquaman? I don't. these are private, personal matters, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't like they were assaulting each other live on television. There was, again, this is not a criminal case. None of this has been a criminal case. Nobody was ever charged. She wasn't charged. Johnny Depp wasn't charged. Nobody has spent any jail time in this. These are private lawsuits. I don't think either one should be stripped of being an actor. I mean, I think we all have had jobs in the past where you work with people that have done bad things and that have been charged criminally and they still work. I just don't think I just don't think it was the reaction to how Johnny Depp was treated with WB versus how they treated Amber. Especially when now it's come out to light that it was all BS, that she was maybe she was the one that was doing the main abuse in the relationship to begin with. But overall, I mean, I haven't watched Fantastic Beasts because I think they're horrible movies. Like I said, I love Johnny Depp in some roles, and some roles I don't. But at the end of the day, these are actors. I mean, this is what they do. Nobody goes and sees a movie and wants to see Johnny Depp, being his true self. Nobody goes to see Amber Heard movie. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of her things. I thought she was fine in Aquaman, and then there was a horror movie she did. Donnie, I know you watch a lot of things. There was a horror movie where she played like a crazy person in a mental ward, and all these other girls in the mental ward kept coming up dead. Oh, God, what was that movie? It was a really good movie. It was a really good performance. Oh, this is Virginia, not West Virginia. The Ward. Thank you so much, Donnie. Fabulous film. A wonderful, that was the first time I've ever seen her, in a movie, I think. At least from what I, remember. She did a wonderful job. These are works of art. Movies are not just one person. There was no court of law. So I just don't understand why Johnny would, it's just it comes down to what's right. I don't think either one should have to suffer, but obviously Johnny suffered and he's not going to recover from it most likely. So therefore, what else is he to do but pull Amber down with him and and show the truth? I totally understand that. But do I agree that Amber should be fired? No, I don't agree Johnny should either. I'm going to run to the restroom and get a refill and I'll be right back, girls, okay? BRB. I don't know, a little light music for you girls. If you haven't already, if you'll hit that like button and subscribe and all the other YouTubey things, I'd really appreciate it, my friends and girls. If everybody's having a good day, get you a snack, get your coffee. If you're working, stop working. This is more important. Did we take longer than 15 minutes? I think that.
Ready for the jury?
There we go.
Okay.
Whoa. Perfect time. Uh-oh. I wonder if something happened, because it was way longer than 15. Why's she looking like that? Do you see the way she was cocking that head? The jury's here. Hello, Impeccable.
All right, you have your seat. And your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the kind of quick shifts you'll see
Amber,
between
don't
emotions.
do this.
So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions,
like
with this
Trump, if
personality
you try to
disorder,
say something bad about him, he
there's a
doesn't
sense
like
of
it. He can't help
shallowness to
it. I feel like
People who are
she's getting
observing them
triggered.
will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own.
Man, yeah.
Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition.
Using the Theranos
and this
blood
is
monitor.
something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this
Look at the way she
particular
was.
test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more
She ain't
obvious?
having it.
And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that
Look,
can
oh,
show
she-
us
this
all the
is
different-
really
if somebody's
pissing Amber
trying to
off.
say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD.
This is what I was
they can
talking about
do
the
it
other night, how
96% of the
people
time to someone on the
love to
street.
say, oh, I have
So you really need
PTSD
a
when they
test
don't.
that's very sensitive.
Because
to
everybody
that.
in
And
America
the MMPI-2
lies so much.
has been shown in multiple studies to
Well, I
be
have this
excellent
disorder, I
at
have that
detecting those
disorder, I have
attacks.
this, I have that, I have
You
this.
keep using MMPI-2.
Totally. So
That's the
overused.
abbreviation that you
The
folks use
fibromyalgia. Well,
I'm sorry, I
fibromyalgia
hadn't
is
said
the
that.
real,
That's
but-
the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
What other psychological tests?
I wonder
would
what
you
was on that
perform?
note.
So
at the way
I
she's batting
also
her eyes.
performed the clinician-administered PTSD scale, -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the Life Events Checklist. And the Life Events Checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD
Totally,
with the
Marsha.
Department of Veterans Affairs. But the Life Events Checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if they.
Girl,
what
if she
sort
pulls
of-
out that she
there's so many different things that
pulls
can
out
be
a
difficult growing up.
Scientologist
And also,
personality
it's
test
very
and has her
important
hold
that you
the
have the person determine
soup cans.
which of the events they've listed. Let's say they have a number of different types of traumas. Which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like
Miscavige,
you'd
give me a
start an
Campbell's,
inquiry
honey. This
call
Progresso
to do
ain't
the
working.
Testing, and we would maybe
Sorry, honey,
describe
give me
the
one
anchor
second.
as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have handy abbreviation?
It does. We'll call it the CAPS-5. That's actually what it goes
Very
by.
educational. We're not paying for any of this.
How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy.
God, this woman is...
And I'll try to work that in. But then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to
Girl,
look for. You would
this
never
woman-
make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
I mean, this person is qualified, honey.
Administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd.
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order
has to play
for
Candy
each one.
Crush.
She taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the results of the
Here we go.
MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales.
Girl, I would
So
love
one of
to
the
go to her if
reasons
I had the
like this
money.
measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies
Tommy,
and
honey.
mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very
They're going to zoom back into
sophisticated
her.
way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated, so they were consistent with other people who obtain these scores who have been shown through many studies
to have the same issues,
to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very
it's
socially
true.
sophisticated.
Girl, she's
actually.
reading
That
her,
was
though.
a major component
But
on
not
there.
on purpose.
They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but
I want to
only the
read
ones
someone
that
like
people
this, though.
think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test,
But also,
you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex
girls, she's
test
going to start
to interpret.
using her power
But
control
right
on the
away,
water.
You get a list of what's called critical items, and these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with
I'm sure they try to
suicide,
tell
some of
her
them
to
might
stay
have to do
focused and just
with
write
other
stuff.
symptoms that you just like to get a
Try to
little
get her
bit more
mind off of it
information
so
on,
she
because
doesn't show
sometimes
symptoms.
an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types...
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the
Girl, I would
clearest
wanna
code
read
type
her
was
too,
3-6, but then she
Now listen
also
here,
had
Dr.
some other code
Hair
types
Bum.
that were less significant.
What characteristics are
Looking like a
associated with
bird's
3-6
nest.
code type?
So a 3-6 code type,
365.
a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type,
That works
you
out.
want to, if you can, to
She
follow
would
up
even-
with subordinates,
Her assistant.
coworkers, people who may have observed their
She wouldn't give her
behavior
any
more
money.
closely.
She paid
The
her low.
3-6 code type is
Girl couldn't
very
even pay her
concerned with their
bills.
image, very attention-seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Heard's code type
Hence the last
fit
relationship
in
where she
with your
beat the
overall
girl up
opinion
in the at
as
the
to
airport?
Personality disorders.
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity.
I'm glad she's explaining
And
this, because people probably
that
thought it was just like
instability
you
is
act
really
like you're different
driven by
people
this
all the time.
underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key
That
features
checks
also of this
out.
disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an
She didn't want
engine
Johnny
kind of
to lay.
firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending
What do you mean
to
by
harm them
that?
actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it.
Yeah.
And they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes, their partners
Know this
will
one.
try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually, it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, and they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a
His
clinical
team was
depression
allowed
lasting
to
days,
diagnose
weeks,
her,
a
but
clinical mania where sometimes they even need
the
to be
judge
hospitalized
or
because
I'm guessing
they're
the judge
so
didn't allow
grandiose,
them
they
to
clear
diagnose
out their bank
Johnny
account and go to
because
Vegas and spend it all.
I don't know. I'm guessing there was just no evidence
with
for that. I
borderline
guess,
personality
but
disorder,
I'm
you're
not
having these
sure. I could be
fluctuating
wrong,
moods
Miss B.
constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if
But I do know she did not want a psych
if
eval.
the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you.
Okay.
And it's not as if the borderline
And that's
is
what happened for
considering
her
themselves
birthday party
abandoning
when
that
Johnny
moment,
was
but they
running
just
late.
know that they have
She
this
blew up and went
overwhelming
crazy.
emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations, and that reactivity.
Which all of this
is when
has
you're
been
gonna
backed up
You're going to see
by
a lot of this
so much
escalation
proof.
and bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way. But also, people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner.
Johnny, it would
And
have to
one
be
of
already
the
done.
most common tactics that they'll use.
You know what I'm
is
saying?
actually
Like, you could just call
physically
somebody
assaulting
up
and
to the
then getting harmed
stand to
themselves.
instantly start
But
diagnosing
mostly,
Johnny
we
now.
call this administrative violence. Essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So
This had to be done well
they might say
beforehand.
that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving.
Johnny
In the
might have not
moment,
agreed to it.
again,
Amber might
they're not
have because she's a true
consciously thinking, "I'm gonna
narcissist
keep
and
my
thought
partner
she'd come
from
out
leaving
perfect,
right
just
now."
like Trump
They're just
decided to
thinking,
do
"I
his
can't
test.
stand
And he's
this.
like, oh, I passed
hate
flying
my partner."
colors.
They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Like get someone to write an article for you in a magazine and co-opt it. So they're approaching the bench. So whatever they're going to be discussing, they don't want the jurors to hear. That's the reason you do this, because you don't want to be able to taint the jurors. You got a friend in me. Probably the stenographer. But I have seen the lip lady, unless that's not who that is. She might be the controller, maybe.
You indicated you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a
She's
couple
the hacker.
indications
She's
to
over
me.
there with headphones listening to some
first,
dance music.
I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder, as is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward.
Okay.
And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations
that kind of bothered her.
Or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she told a story about, I suppose, they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving.
Oh my God,
and
accoutrement.
Ms. Heard struck her in the face.
What?
Sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was
this
interesting.
hits everybody.
Because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder.
Oh, girl, this is,
A
girl,
friend or a loved one
what?
isn't meeting your
Girl,
needs in
Amber
that
Heard,
moment.
girl.
People with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships.
I don't care what
as
disorder
long
you have.
as
You
their
just
needs are
randomly
being met,
slap
they feel that their needs should be
someone,
met.
your
We want
friend.
them met at a specific level, and if they're not, then that anger, that
Girl, you
sense
know
of
they're going to
harm
call that girl to
causes
the
them
witness
react.
stand
So
now.
the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration, or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Heard's own self-descriptions.
Okay, we're going to, I'm going to ask you a question about.
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend of,
Yes.
of Ms. Heard. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes, so the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close-knit at one time, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many relationships, but none that are particularly long-term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually
Girl, how many in the
take
chat
on
right now think they
identity
might be
of the
borderline
people they're spending
personality
time with
disorder?
because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic
that
the way
makes
they
perfect
dress,
sense because
their
she's
interests,
she's
the way
been
they talk. And for this reason,
she's
the
been
people
copying
around
Johnny
somebody
with a lot of outfits.
with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way, now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest.
I mean,
in
I
life,
kinda
or
do that.
The thing you're throwing yourself into.
I take on
completely.
people's
Music
words
tastes
and
might
stuff. I'm
change,
bad about
hobbies will
that.
change, the way they dress.
I don't change my style though.
In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality
Certified
disorder.
free.
And these are
7 days
really
away.
two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality
Girl, if we had
disorders
the
that are
money, if I was
dramatic,
like super rich
erratic,
girls, I would
and
pay for
emotional.
anybody to have a
Okay, so
session with this woman
unpredictable,
in my community.
But really having to
'Cause,
do with emotions.
girl, we
and
need to be
relationships.
vowed, honey.
They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes
What
to
proves you truly
histrionic,
don't
a lot of
have
the
it
key features
is
are going to
you
be
would never watch
trauma
this and say, oh,
and
I have that.
shallowness.
That's what she's basically pointing
Similarly,
out.
with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because
She's
if you
just trying to
don't
keep her mind
have
off
that
of this because it's
attention
really
on you,
bothering her. She
it
was never
feels similarly
taking this
to
many
borderline
notes
personality
before.
disorder, you feel pretty empty, like you don't.
And another
have
thing, this
that
is triggering
sense
her,
of
triggering
being of
her.
value.
So she wants
Okay?
to write all
So,
these rebuttals to
Whereas
give to her
borderline
lawyer
personality
to
disorder
ask.
might have more of the
Or maybe
visible
ask, these
reactivity if
suggestions.
somebody seems to be leaving. With histrionic
has a lot to
personality
say
disorder,
about
what you're
this.
going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention, and when
Oh, okay,
they feel that
Maddie.
they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role, those two roles in particular, are pretty
girls.
consistent, seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help,
To a
seeking the
helper.
perfect caretaker,
To wanna care.
to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic,
She wanted to be
what
head
you'll
of the Me
see
Too
is somebody
movement,
who
be a public speaker.
wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment
Probably
your
so many.
attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster
Well, I was
the
going to say
victim role.
bolster. Yeah.
Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their
Hold on 1
mind
second,
so that
girls.
they can get respect and attention.
I got an investor's calling me.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
selling.
There
Stop it
is,
today,
strangely, and this is
45
always
million.
one of the
Please help.
trickiest things to talk about because how is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid
Yeah,
getting
see, this
negative
proves what Maddie
feedback
was
or
saying. These are
criticism.
points that Amber
Oftentimes
scored
they'll bring
high
their
on
therapist
because
gifts or be
you would not
distracting,
use the term
if
girly
they
and
engage in
flirtatious
therapy,
unless she was
because they just don't want any
referencing
criticism
Amber
from the
Heard in
therapist
this
to like them.
situation.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little bit water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is in psychology we would describe this more as sophistication. So
Yeah.
street smart, so to
Yeah.
speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of session, but it's so
She's drawing a picture of her pooping on
it's
her
not
bed.
tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be
Magnet.
met. There are a lot of different combinations and it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was
Land.
that? That they're mimicking
In
you
you.
perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is
That's
being
you. It's a mirror.
But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody. But their reaction is so strong.
Somebody that
you
always wants to
kind
be
of
offended.
buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation.
But she doesn't want to hear
was
it. She's
very
trying to get her mind
likable,
off it. She's going to take
but
a
her
sip again.
testing
Yeah,
in
taking a
particular,
sip.
showed that she approached it
She's
in
trying
a
to keep her
manner
mind
that,
off of it.
Remember, I told you about those scales that are pretty neat.
Look how red Amber's
She approached it in a
hands
manner
are.
that very
Blood
clearly
is flowing,
minimized
girl.
any psychological dysfunction.
Look at her body
Not
language.
just that,
She's
but
pulling
really
in.
presented
She's
herself
pulling in her
free of any
jacket, her
problems.
clothes. This is making her
And
uncomfortable.
she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
God, this woman is so damn educated. Y'all, we need to go
How did
find
you
me.
determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2
one thing
that
I'll say,
is designed specifically
When this
to
is over,
detect
I'm
a
searching
type of
Amazon for her
responding
book.
that's a
Girl,
little
I'm
bit
buying
more
anything
clever,
this
a little bit
doctor
more
has. She needs to sell a book.
minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably
And she's
wouldn't
really well
understand, and even
Versed in
providers,
explaining
very
this to a
difficult
lay
to detect.
person.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How
Hold
might
on, let me
that
look.
present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints,
Dr. Shannon
criticisms of
Curry.
your partner. But
Dr.
because
Shannon
the person with
Curry,
borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive
SHANNON
to things.
CURY.
They feel distress
I'm looking now.
more strongly, and
Hold on,
then
let me
that
get my
distress
candle.
lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
I'm not seeing any books in the Kindle store.
addition to
Go to Amazon.
diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask you,
Okay,
what was
yes,
that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So, in addition to looking
She
for
has no
Ms.
books.
Heard's
She
general
ain't trying to
mental
make no
status,
money. Girl,
any
she needs to
psychological
after
issues that were
this.
present, I very specifically was assessing
She
to
obviously ain't
determine
like
whether
one of those
post-traumatic
sellout
stress disorder was
doctors.
present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the
This is
case
a witness
records,
that was
other
called
people's
by
testimony,
Depp's
her
lawyer
treatment
to show
records.
that
And then I also conducted, in addition to the
she's
MMPI-2
unstable
and
and
looking at that data,
abusive.
I also conducted the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
with the soup cans. How many
As a
Thetans does
result
Miss
of
Heard
applying
have?
those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed
When we get
accounts
Medicare for
of
all,
every
I
single
hope they have her
symptom
on the
of
board.
PTSD. And when you're really
mental
familiar
health
with this
in this
disorder, which
country.
you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay.
And that's
What,
due to the scoring
if any,
system.
symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody might can manifest with PTSD.
Or Heather
You don't have to
Locklear.
have all of
Heather
them.
Locklear could do it.
Ms. Heard
Michelle
initially
Pfeiffer,
said
Heather
that she
Locklear,
had,
Meg
in the
Ryan.
first question, you say, do you ever have this, before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first
Heather
question on each
Locklear,
item, she initially
Michelle
said,
Pfeiffer.
yes, I have that.
I think
to
Heather could really
19
do
of the
it
20
though.
symptoms. that's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this
Gas.
struggle in your life.
You just have
But
gas.
she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised,
Oh, God.
she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for
Oh,
quite
God,
a while.
I
And that's
am a
consistent with a couple of
narcissistic
things. It can be
personality
consistent with
person.
PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if
Those
they're not present,
pathways
if you're
get burned
neglected,
in.
you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in this state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. There was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is
No,
fairly
it's
vague,
not.
but I still scored it
This
as
is a
present.
sleep issue. It's not
And
PTSD.
in her initial treatment with with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I
what
believe
I
started
have.
before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Fading? What is fading?
Feigning
Oh,
is
fainting.
essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose
Thank you,
it
Maddie.
by
how
drawing
does
out
The
that-
the
how
term,
does
the
that
real
work?
term, feigning.
because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why
They
don't
could
just check off
choose.
the ones you have, which clearly if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number 2, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different
sources.
from genuine
Nothing
experiences
that's
of the symptom?
internalized.
Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes. Their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds. That all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So I also, the MMPI too is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is
Ladies, I mean, she's an
determining-
actress, but she ain't
and
that good of
let
an
me
actress.
clarify one thing here. Not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or
Well, yeah,
could
because
these
of course
types
they
of
would be if they
symptoms or reports
degraded.
be explained by other factors? A, by feigning,
Yeah.
B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that
her
might have occurred.
By her
So the
personality
main
disorder
symptoms
causing
that I
the
was looking at didn't meet criteria for
aggregation
PTSD.
of her
right?
behavior.
There was also, substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are
She's taking a
given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes,
She said she was taking
reported
it.
that Ms. Heard
Progesterone.
told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provisional, which is often prescribed as a
Provisional.
stimulant
That's
medication.
it. Yeah.
And I just thought that was interesting and sort of
narcotics.
consistent with more of
for
these
narcolepsy.
lifelong personality disorders that
But
aren't
it's also
necessarily
side
caused by a
use for
harm
people to
by
focus.
any allegations, but
ADHD.
have been there and will remain there typically. The other
But the
issue,
wonder drug.
so the anxiety, she
With
had
no
already indicated
valid
that that had
studies
been there
really, I
prior.
don't think.
But the form of the anxiety, so looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little
is
combinations of
Silicon
scores,
Valley.
you can actually learn a lot
Silicon
about,
Valley.
is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who
Okay.
tends to be
Way
an
over
anxious
abused.
person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
Girl.
Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Bray, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea to break it up there. Okay, I know. I can see you jumping up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do
Look
not
at
do
her.
any
She was
outside
already to
research. Don't
stand.
discuss
She
the
was
case
already
with anybody,
standing
okay?
before it was
All right, back
time.
here.
This to me on the lawyers on Amber Heard's lawyers are so unprofessional. She didn't even the judge said, "Let's go ahead and take our," and the lady's already shooting up, honey. Here comes the
And again, Dr.
bride.
Curry, since you're in the middle of your testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody at this time, okay? All right, let's just, while we come back at 1:50, okay? Come back at 1:50? All right, thank you.
So an hour? Jesus. God, she is all of this in her head. She had no notes. I mean, my God. Girl. I mean, what can you say? just beyond, beyond, beyond. That's true. I mean, the lawyers, you think, oh, they get a break, it's the weekend. No, these lawyers are working from the time they take the case until the case is over, honey. Again? Oh, Jesus. No, one of the lawyers didn't quit, Lance. It's really hard for a lawyer to quit, honey. You can't just it's not like any other job where you just decide like, girl, I'm quitting. Like the judge would never allow that to happen. Mm-mm. All right, girls, I think I'm going to go do some lunch. I'm not ending the stream, obviously, because I'd have to cut the stream off, but, and then restart it. And I don't want to do all that. So I'll just put up, the privacy window. And, girls, I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to keep some music going. And, I'm going to go have lunch with Amber. So, let me look on my phone. I think she was calling me. Hello? Hey. Girl, we were watching it. Listen, you have got to stop taking so many notes, honey. Girl, did you win? Hold on. Oh, no, I'm live streaming. Girl, hold on, I'll tell him. Y'all, Amber wants me to let you girls know she won all of her tic-tac matches, girls. Yeah, I told them. Girl, a double O and then an X. Girl, you blocked it, honey. All right, honey. See you shortly. All right. Girl, I will, honey. Gonna bring a bottle of wine, honey. All right, girls, I'm going to go do lunch with Amber, and I'll be back, we'll be back at 1:50, so basically in an hour. Be back in an hour. Okay, girls, like I said, I'm leaving this on. Make sure you like the video, subscribe, make sure you hit that like for me so the girls will know, and I'll be right back. Thank you, girls, for being here, and I hope to see you girls in an hour. So we can discuss. It's been really fun doing this. I'm going to leave the chat up so everybody can still see the chat if y'all want to. And you can stay in here if you just want to chat with each other. That doctor read her like a Amber Heard, like a Harry Potter novel. All right, everybody, I am back. I'm back. Almost. Sorry about that, girls. Well, I mean, I'm not sorry about anything, honey. La ba ba da. La da 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 da. See, we're running a little late in the. Oh, I had to sneeze. Oh my God, y'all. I was rushing too. Honey, I had to scarf down my food. I went to the Shake Shack. Have y'all, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Made me a Shack burger. And some of their crinkle fries. They are so good, y'all. We're still muted. Oh, we're waiting for the jury to come in. Did they forget to unmute? Yeah, it's in the stream. The audio's not working. Hold on, I'm gonna find another. Trial fade. Bum, ba-dum, bum.
And I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct? What you went through
Yes,
with
this
your
was-
different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam
trying to
Waldman,
break her down.
correct?
Yes.
Ben Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
The long
And it
dinner.
included
The interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes. Dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes.
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
He was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house at
Oh,
his
she's
behest,
a girl.
correct?
Don't cover her.
Yes, it was
Amy.
at his house.
This is a very
Okay.
intelligent person.
And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
Okay. And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor.
Okay,
correct?
there's too many questions.
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp.
Boom.
I had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was.
They
Yes.
should have objected
And
to
you
that.
believed he was a good actor.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this
She
case.
should be like, well, I also seen
before ever seeing
Aquaman.
Amber or having an
she's a
opportunity
good
to review
fart
any
fish.
documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 884, please.
What is
This
the
is
lady from
plaintiff's
the boys?
designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case.
She
And
was
this
an
is
80s
dated
actress.
February 2021.
Adventures
That's
of
a
Babysitting.
year
She could play
after
her,
you went to
too.
dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Girls,
Yes.
be sure to like the
Okay.
video if you wouldn't mind.
And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard,
Thank you, Sean.
quote,
Elizabeth Shue.
exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you heard, is that one
Actually,
of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr. Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
The other one was the
It's a
compound too,
coincidence
honey.
then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her-
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, that said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of
you
borderline
have
personality
Girl,
disorder?
bye.
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me
She's
what's
trying
right.
to mark it.
So there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
No.
Never?
She already said that.
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma.
But it's not
There
a
are also
correlation.
people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off at the top of my head, but I do know that there is a
Of course
larger
someone can have a
women
disorder and
with
be in an
borderline
abusive
personality disorder
relationship.
Tend to
Do you know how many people own
have
cars
higher
and
prevalence
garages?
of being
Therefore,
involved
if you
in
have a
intimate
garage,
partner
do you have a
violence
car?
relationships, being
No,
a receiver
honey.
of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
What the hell? Is she leaving? I'm like, wait a minute, what? What's that? Girl, come prepared.
Bear with me.
Barry.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Girl, her lunch just hit her.
Thank you.
She's got to poop.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yes,
On March 21, 2022?
I
You
believe
must have
that
just
was
caught
the
her
date,
in
yes.
something.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5.
Ah,
Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially
Yep, this is
borderline
cross
personality
me.
disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms.
that
Heard
time.
exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
So
Have you
when
ever
this came
rendered
out, you had
lamb
not
in a
rendered
pot?
that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second
Be
opinion
fat in a
that's
pond.
listed in
Have
the
you ever
February
rendered that yet?
2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay?
It says
And-
that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I
Yes.
stumbled. I
Okay,
can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never
Oh,
been
no.
asked to testify as to whether
This is
anyone
an
has
act just like
behavioral
anything
or
else. This is a
characterological
high-profile
conduct
lawyer.
that suggests they
Girl,
may have
whatever.
been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify.
She's
for
intentionally
that.
just trying to
Okay.
muddy the
And that was
water
not
just
your
so the
opinion in
jurors now
February
are like,
2021,
maybe this
correct?
lady
No.
doesn't know what
And in
she's
fact,
talking
you do
about.
not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such
This
an
is so
analysis or opinion.
complicated.
Isn't that correct?
She's trying to like,
Or that is correct.
even
yes.
as a
correct.
high-profile
Okay.
lawyer, I'm
And you have
it's
never held that
complicated.
opinion, correct?
No, that is correct, yes.
Okay.
This is all
Your
intentional.
third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. End of quote.
I mean, this
Do
is
see
what you
that?
have to do if
I see that. You said it's
if your
my third opinion.
client
That
pretty
is not
much
my
is
opinion.
guilty.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as
Do
an
you need
expert
that
witness
big of
in
a
this case,
Zoom,
correct?
honey?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
And they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
Yeah.
I'll sustain it.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that this The opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my
Or
report.
in the paper.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition?
So I'm thinking they're showing her the legal document that the lawyers drafted up to give Amber Heard's, through discovery or
And
whatever.
if we could start on 254 to
I'm
give.
guessing
I don't have
that's
that
what
page,
they're-
I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
I think that's
And the
what's
question is now,
happening,
the
but I'm
next
not
one
sure.
is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's
Curry,
not the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the question is, so is it fair to say that you have never
See,
arrived
you
at
can't
an
do that in
opinion
a court,
quote,
audience,
Ms. Heard exhibits
giggling.
patterns of behavior
They
that
need to be
suggest
excused.
allegations
These
of abuse
super
against
fans
Mr.
of
Depp are
Depp
false,
need
end
to
of
go.
quote. And what was your answer?
That can be bad for the juror, because when you see crap like that, and you're like, what
there
is
is an
the damn
objection.
cult?
All right, I'll read it
I
for
mean,
you if
looking
you
like
have it.
Jonestown
Your
up in
answer
there,
was
honey.
under
They
oath,
need to be
correct.
excused.
That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what
Correct.
you said under
Yes.
oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Oh,
Now-
sounds like someone farted. Did y'all hear
As of the
that?
time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials.
Big O.
I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my
Oh,
review, and I
someone's
haven't
stomach is
conducted an
growling. Did
evaluation.
y'all hear that?
And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence, isn't that correct?
Somebody's got a tummy
I
ache.
believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Oh, let's go to page 200.
Okay?
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse, isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of
Can't
my
be
cases have been
summarized.
complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was,
No,
I've not, right?
sorry, I
Isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay. You said, no, I've not.
but I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a
It's very
survivor of
smart if you think
IPV.
about
Is
to
that
have
correct?
her look through the paper,
That's
because
correct.
then she gets
And you have never
disheveled. Do you know what I
qualified as an
mean?
expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed
No,
by
it
the
wasn't
legal
my
team,
stomach,
no.
Bryce. I have a mute button.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm
She
not trying
already
to
admitted
resist
to
that, but it's
that.
not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And you
his
had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr.
Mr.
Depp.
Depp.
With
Did
the
you not?
legal team.
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
Well,
That's
yeah.
not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find
I would fall out.
something
If,
that would be
if the lawyer
in
would,
favor
we
of
just heard a
Mr.
loud
Depp
like
and
plop sound,
negative
you
to
know,
Ms.
and then the
Heard,
lawyer's
that you
like,
wouldn't
"Oh, I
hear
just
that
shit
kind of evidence?
myself." Oh, Your Honor.
that I can
Essentially-
bring you into
Your
court
Honor.
if you're going to say that
I
Ms.
shit
Heard is right and
myself.
Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew,
with the
I'm
attorneys.
asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
Objection speculative.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If,
Girl, don't come. That girl, don't come for that judge.
it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, all right. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter,
What?
that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your
How
husband.
does she know
but
about
you
her
had Ms.
husband?
Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay.
Oh, she, girl.
go to page 306.
Girl, did they subpoena her husband's phone or something? Uh-oh. Why is the police officer coming up? Oh, I think somebody might have been on their phone again. This happened last week.
So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said, from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Oh.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
From that, they presumed that the husband
305,
went and got
306?
muffins
Yeah,
for
that's what we're
Mrs.
talking about.
Heard
Is there a
personally.
line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
See, they're approaching. They don't want the jury to hear this. See, this shiz needs to stop. Bitch no, she's back there laughing. They're escorting some of them out. Some of them they're escorting out. This is ridiculous. A lot of these need to go. It's like Jim Jonestown up in here, okay? Manson family. They need to be gone, honey. This is not like your chance to see Johnny Depp, honey. Like, you're seeing him in his worst, honey. Literally on court. Like, this is going to affect his life. And you're just here, like, so excited. Look at him. Like, this bitch is standing up. Trying to get a shot of Johnny Depp. This is ridiculous. Kick their asses out. I don't understand why this is being tolerated.
So,
look, I can see Johnny
why
Depp.
did
It's in a
your
court
husband get the
proceeding,
muffins for
honey.
Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
He got the
He
muffins
knew
for the
you had
client.
a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
This is insane.
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes,
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
yes.
Would you
Now,
agree
you
Mayo
indicated, and I
can be
believe you
domestic
testified
abuse?
in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
It was a good point that she brought up the muffins because
Let's go to page 261.
it's so. Because I was thinking, oh, they got something on her, girl. They got a text message from her husband. No, it was over some stupid
Let's go to
muffins.
260 because that's where I start the question.
And it took the air out of
The
that.
question I asked
That's why
is,
she just
do you
moved
recall
on.
whether
She's
you
moving
reviewed any
on.
of these by the designation on February 19, 2021.
It was a
And
good
you
play,
said,
though.
okay, I
She was
can't
trying to
say
get
for
it out of her,
certain,
like,
what
oh, yeah, I
can
did tell
you
my
Is that
husband.
knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first.
I mean,
Did
that
you
was
testify to
a
that under
very
oath then?
smart thing
Yes.
for them to do.
Now, before we start getting into
Police
what
officers
you
coming over
testified
again,
about,
checking to see if they're on phones again.
you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis.
Oh my God, did he
that
just
Amber
take
Heard
a
suffers from either
heart
borderline
attack
personality
pill? Did he just
disorder
take
or
lithium?
histrionic
The
personality
the
disorder,
lawyer.
correct?
That's not correct.
You just put it under his tongue.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included? Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with
Well,
a
what about
DSM-5
DS9?
for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said
Oh my
that
God,
you reviewed.
she's
But I'm
so
gonna start with
disheveled.
Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that
She slapped her in
Ms.
the
Heard
face.
struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard.
Oh,
And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
oh my God, this is insane.
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm
now
only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington
No,
from...
I
No,
just said
she
that
never
that was not
evaluated
relevant to my
Rocky.
opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you
Exactly.
testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She slapped someone in the
Would
face,
it make a big
Amy.
difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics.
No, she's
with
not an
Amber
expert on
Heard.
Rocky.
I'll withdraw.
This is sustained.
Okay, so now let's talk
This is
about
insane.
Dr.
Th-
Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous
Girl,
with the
why is she
events?
bringing in a book bag?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse. in
You
their
really
treatment,
need a.
yes.
What are you
And
going
do
to
you recall
camping up in
Dr.
there,
Cowan
Depp cultist?
testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did.
The lawyer is obviously doing a good job at muddying the water, but I just think this plays poorly to the jurors.
I don't remember
At least it
the
plays to me.
testimony,
If I
but
was
I
a
do
juror, this
remember
would play
seeing that text
poorly.
message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, "Johnny beat me up pretty good last night," end of quote.
Again,
Isn't that a song?
Not in this instance. She can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned
hell?
for Amber's
that a
physical
burp?
well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
Now, what does it mean?
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall
promise that
Dr.
ain't me.
Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay? And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got
All this
right
is
back
done
up.
on purpose,
She told
just
me
so
that-
you could be
she told
like,
me that
right
he
at
pushed
this
her
point, I don't
down
know
and
who to
she got
believe.
right back
As a
up.
juror,
I remember him saying
know who
that
to
Ms.
believe.
Heard told him that, yes.
this lady
And
sounded
do
really
you recall
smart in the
him
beginning, but
testifying
now
you
I don't know
could
who to
interpret it that
believe.
way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
true,
take the
Malice.
patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes?
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2000 through 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time, would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
Well, then
And do you
obviously,
recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her.
then why would it be in his note?
Oh, you want to approach?
Oh, Taco Bell's really hit me right now. You need to run, honey. All right.
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown, and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes.
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I mean, I hate
don't
to say
recall.
this, but I feel like the younger generations don't need to be on a
Amy
damn
Banks testifying
courthouse.
that
They literally
Amber
don't
was
even know how
reporting the violence
the court system
by
works
Mr.
to
Depp,
begin
and
with.
it was not
This is
consensual?
just a hot mess.
I recall
Look at these
Dr.
people.
Banks stating
Girl,
that Ms.
look
Heard
at this
was reporting
audience.
violence to her, yes.
What is
I do
going
not recall
on?
a statement about consent.
This ain't nothing but like
you recall
fame and TikTok for these
Dr.
people.
Banks testifying
Pick them all out.
that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control.
Here we go
escalating
again,
fights.
trying to say
And
that
did make a fairly big
Johnny
impact
Depp cut
on
his
me.
own finger off, even though the
I remember
housemaid
something like that.
dude found the finger,
And do you
the crushed
recall
finger that she
Dr. Banks
crushed.
saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it
Jealous
didn't occur, I just
psychiatrist
can't
shouldn't
recall
have
it.
the
All right, and you recall that
called
Mr.
this in a
Depp was in
alleged deposition.
sessions with
Oh,
Ms.
that
Heard
makes
with
sense,
Dr.
Maddie.
Banks, correct?
Yes, my
Girl, Maddie, you
understanding,
should have
however, is
stayed in the
that
legal
they met
business,
with Dr.
honey.
Banks, and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall
Oh, I
Amy
love that
Banks
video,
saying
Bryce.
that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do
I think-
you recall
I think she was looking on her notes.
that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her
Dr.
belief that Amber was a
Tyra
victim of
Banks.
domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Objection.
You want to approach this?
I mean, I feel like she's trying to lead the witness, but I guess he would have said that. Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness. Look at, here they go again. The gossip queens back there all giddy like they're out of rock. Get the youth out of the courtroom. You got to be at least 45 to 50 to come into a courtroom. That's what I think. What do you girls think? Shouldn't that be the law? Girl, what in the world? Why is there an extension cord going over there? Girl, how much power are we running, honey? Girl, there's Brenda in her gaming chair, honey.
And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall?
Yeah, I mean, the
that
judge
Dr.
is
Banks
not having any
concluded that Amber
outbursts. She's
was a
doing
victim
everything
of domestic
privately.
violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition. Is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment.
She
I
literally
reviewed,
was
Dr.
refreshing her
Anderson's
brain.
deposition, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that she
just updated
reported
iOS
that Amber
15.
Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported
She's trying to
that,
get her
yes.
to admit
Okay.
that
And do
she
you recall
knows
that
Johnny
she
Depp has
said
had
that
her.
it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall.
Do you recall that she
no, I don't recall that
believes?
statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs.
I mean, that kind of.
You said that you reviewed the notes.
Do you recall
from
that
Bonnie
Amber believed in the Tooth Fairy before?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount.
Maybe
Bonnie
she's
Jacobs'
got a
notes.
smoking gun. Maybe she'll have something that
You said
proves
that
she admitted
that
it.
Bonnie Jacobs, in her notes, had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that
It comes in
within
with life.
Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact,
About being held down.
childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do, and we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right, so the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And she was already, Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, oh, go ahead.
multiple
Multiple.
occasions that Amber Heard reports
It's like
to her
lies and
physical violence
multiple.
upon her by
What
Mr.
was
Depp,
that?
does she not?
I'm
There
clipping
are
there.
several notes
She
that
documents
indicate that Ms. Heard has
multiple.
reported
Wait,
violence by Mr.
what?
Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I
Oh my
wouldn't
God,
qualify
that
it
made
as
me
many.
fall out.
I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding?
My God, look
to
how
make your
thick that
opinions on this
paperwork
case?
is. How the
Well,
hell
I'm
can you
confused about
memorize
the
all
dates
this?
Because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms.
I can't
Heard
remember
even while she was
half
in her
my
prior
audience's
relationship,
names.
leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these.
But
She's
the
telling
dates would
you.
have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recalled that there was quite a bit of
a thick
information because these
book.
were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with
So,
Tasha.
Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr.
Throw
Jacobs
the book at her.
documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
Bunk.
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this
You
case,
listened to a
correct?
Madonna album.
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that?
Yeah, she
somehow?
paid CGI Hanny. This is insane. How would you know if Amber Heard imagined it?
What, if any, impact
You
did
can't word it
have-
like
did
that. And-
have
and
on
the
your
thing about it
opinions
is, this
watching
lawyer
Mr. Depp
knows
in
that.
video?
I'm not sure it was one of many
Okay,
pieces
Johnny Depp
of
needs
the
to stop doing all
exhibits
that
and
because
other
it doesn't
collateral
look
data that I
good.
considered.
It looks
I'm
like he's
not
getting
sure
angry
what the
about
direct
this.
impact
You definitely,
was or
it's
if
the
that
same
could be
thing with Amber
measured.
Heard.
All right. Now, counsel
Now
asked
he's
you whether
doing the
you
same thing
had
Amber Heard was
conducted
doing.
any
Girl,
type
get
of
yourself together and
examination on
smile.
Mr.
Pop
Depp,
you
and I
another
believe your
Valium,
answer
honey.
was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall?
Depp
take it
sued
then you
her
don't
and
recall
she
him testifying
countersued,
that
Mouse.
Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp
This is a
looked at
defamation
his
mouse
wife
case.
Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Defamation.
Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So
would it
I
be-
do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right, so one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
Nobody does.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV.
We don't know if you know.
Perpetrators, would you agree?
I mean, she's just muddying the
that
water. I mean, that's her
accusations of
job. I mean, she's
infidelity
doing
can be
it.
considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to.
I mean, how do you settle
or
for
is having rage toward
defamation,
their
though,
partner.
Mouse? The whole reason he's suing her is
Let's
because
go to
she's
page
caused him to
270.
lose, you know, all these different movies and be canceled. But how would you settle that? I mean, this is the only way he can win some
Line
of his.
3, my question was, are
his public
accusations of
image
infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
I think Johnny Depp just took a bump, honey. What the hell? Did y'all see that? He stuck his finger up his nose and.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that
remind
time?
me of the page? I thought
Page
you
270, line 3 was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes.
So they're trying to
She
break
was
it down
cooperative
that
and
she
polite.
just has post-traumatic
And in the 2 full days of
PTSD
examination,
instead
you felt
of.
she was polite and answered
personal
all your
disorder.
questions, except in one instance
And the
where
only reason she has
furrowed her
PTSD
brow
is because
when you
Johnny
were asking
abused
about
her.
friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275.
She might have made. I think she feels like she caught her in some, but Depp's lawyer is smiling right here. So I think he's like, maybe it's not gonna hold up. What are these people wearing in this courtroom? You honestly think Depp's
we
gonna
start on
recognize you
274
wearing
with
some
the, was she polite? You
flamboyant
said yes.
leggings,
Was she
honey,
cooperative?
looking like a
Yes.
streetwalker?
Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5.
But I don't see. I
And
mean,
then my
I
question
that
was,
would make
did
sense,
she at any
Mouse,
time become
if
combative
Amber was a
or unfriendly
corporation.
with
But
you?
she
Or
literally
angry?
is a small
And your
actress
answer
that
was,
probably
there
has
was one instance
$8
in
million,
which she
$7
appeared
million.
annoyed, and the posturing forward
You know what I
a bit,
mean?
more assertive tone, furrowed brow.
I don't think that-
when I was
that holds
questioning
up to his
something, following
career.
up on data that had been
$500 million
inconsistent about friendships
lost
in high
from
school.
Pirate's
Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right, would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
This one lady's taking a
And
nap
a
in the
large portion
courtroom.
of IPV
Back
perpetrators
right.
have substance abuse issues.
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner
I hope
violence
this
who do
lady
not have
releases a
substance
book,
abuse
Count.
issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just
I
to
don't
give
know if
context.
it's a snuggie or
remember I was
what.
asking you how many,
It's
what
hard to make
percentage
out,
of
at least to
people
me,
you
my-
treat that are perpetrators, and
it's
you
not
said
full
5%.
HD.
Do you recall that, just for substance?
Maybe it's a
I
jacket.
see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
I mean, I agree with you saying, Mouse, that they could have
And it's
settled,
common
but
for the
I don't think
perpetrator to
not
essentially
in this case
gaslight
because
the victim.
Amber
accuse
Heard
them
doesn't
of
have
being
the
the
money.
perpetrator. Would you
Are
agree?
you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate
I'm
question?
asking you a question.
Oh,
And it's
to
common.
pay
please
Johnny
repeat
Depp
it.
what he
Yes.
lost from
And
his
it's common
career,
for the
and he's still
perpetrator
in
to
his
essentially gaslight the
early
victim,
60s. He
accuse
still
them of
had so
being
many
the
more years.
perpetrator. Would
you
you
know.
agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So I'm
I
trying to be
understand it
perfect.
is a compound question. I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection.
She knows
It's
it's
common
compound.
for
You
the
asked multiple
perpetrator
things,
to
Tenny, come
essentially
on.
gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor. It's this. I think it's
Girl!
the same question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
that's a characteristic.
Girl, if I
of
was that
psychological
judge,
abuse,
I would
yes.
call.
Okay, and it's common then for them
Proceed
to
to the
accuse
bench.
them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse.
Oh, I thought he was like
from women
63.
perpetrated against men. It's actually
It's not
very,
just
very
about
common.
money, reputation. That's right,
About
Miss
90% of
B.
male
Thank
victims
you.
of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats.
But it ain't just
to,
her. Y'all are missing out.
report
Wait
their
until
partner as
like
an abuser.
Rotten,
It's less
the
common
other guy
for
that
men
she's
to make
that's
that
on the team.
statement to
Rotten.
female partners.
Oh, he's really
just
crazy.
because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes,
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
absolutely,
It causes them a lot of fear,
certainly,
and it causes them a lot of distress.
absolutely, yes,
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
yes,
And they feel paranoid,
yes,
and they feel frightened,
yes,
afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the testing for a moment.
Billboard person I am.
You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's
Well,
not the
so we
most
can see his
recent
reaction, Mouse.
MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay.
He needs to
Now-
smile or not look so angry.
You
It looks like he's trying to control his rage, and that's not a good sign, Henny.
need to have an
You're trying to win
elevated-
this.
On the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated.
He looks like he could just go off.
elevated scores, correct?
No,
We
that's
haven't
not
seen him
correct.
this
It
angry
was the
looking.
K
No.
section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And
Girl, you need
was there
It's the
any
same thing with
elevated
Amber
score
Heard.
over 65?
how
on
she
the
was looking
MMPI?
ill. Now he's doing it.
I would need to take a look at it. If, I provided a 25-page interpretation
Yeah, she could just
outline.
call her.
If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go
Betty
over any of
called
the
it.
individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
Betty said
I'm
to the
hesitant to
scoring.
do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
Are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
In what
And
context?
safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence-related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do.
Well,
and her
she's a woman.
account was different than typical
Women, you
memory
know.
difficulties with trauma.
We all have hope.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important
That's
aspect of
shame.
the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD,
Girl, it's all
correct?
my carbs from the Shake
Certain
Shack.
types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it
I
involving?
don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay.
Because the
Now,
borderline
if someone had been
personality
subjected
disorder
to a
mouse is
4-year
separate
relationship
from
characterized by
her
repeated
fake PST.
IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
PST.
Yes.
Girl, I can't
Intense
even say.
anxiety,
Yes, certainly.
depressed or irritable states,
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
intimate problems,
Yes.
Feminine
relationship
odor.
difficulties.
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for
Yeah,
a
they're
moment
trying to break it down that she
specifically
doesn't
about a
have
couple
the
of
personality disorder. She only has
profiles on the MMPI.
PST.
This is not an exaggerated
PTSD,
profile,
sorry.
is it?
PSTD.
No, actually, that was something unique.
from Johnny
when she
Depp.
completed objective broadband measures where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at. They seem
Broadband.
completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and
she was trying to
appeared
lie.
completely free
Yeah.
of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
Because she
All
exaggerated.
right, let's go to page 337.
Because she has a personality disorder, honey. She doesn't have PTSD. Who is that
My
making
question
a
on line
noise?
7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was, no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber
I mean,
Heard
it shows that
suffered
Amber
any
Heard
emotional
is
distress as
such
result
a
of any of the
narcissist
defamatory
that
comments
she would
has
get
alleged
her
Mr.
legal
Waldman made
counsel
through Mr.
to argue
Mr.
it
Depp
this
made through
way
Mr.
instead
Waldman,
of
correct?
just.
What I can
think it
testify
might
is
have helped.
that there was no
helped her
indication
case
of a
if she would
decline in
if
psychological
the lawyer was
functioning,
arguing
showing any
that
injury
yes, she does have
since she's
personality
been with Mr.
disorder,
Depp.
and that is why
You
the relationship
cannot
was
testify
so
one way or the
bad.
other on that, correct?
because she was abused because.
Your Honor,
of
may
it.
we approach?
Okay.
But I just can't with all these tweens and in the audience. It just, I don't know. I get a bad vibe with these people. It's like it just reminds me of the Mansons. And honey, that's not normal. I mean, it's you listen, if you go to a concert and you're excited to see T Swift or whatever, and you dress up and have a good time. This is the court. Like, have some respect for the rules and institutions, honey. It's so disrespectful. Oh, I didn't know where that was coming from this
Yes.
time.
In your report,
Well, I'm sorry. These are your neighbors, though.
provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
I would have told Johnny he's got to be nicer looking.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also,
Yeah,
malingering
we were
is a term that
cross-examining. Now we're back.
most
for the,
psychologists, we try to be careful of it
what
because
do you
it
call it?
indicates an
I can't think of
intent
what it's
for
called.
secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily
Maddie
why.
taught us the term
So I think that's a more
earlier.
accurate term
Thank
in
you again,
general.
Maddie.
On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either
early maybe
borderline component,
when they were
a threat of
they were
abandonment,
interviewing,
a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk
they
away to
asked
get some space from an
Magnet.
argument.
They did bring up her
It also
character on
occurs
Aquaman and
to
said
a more
obviously
mild
she is a
extent,
violent
but when
person. Look
there's a
how
loss of
violent she was in that
attention and a
movie.
need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low,
Johnny
constant
can wear
level,
shades in the
or
courtroom
it's
because
completely random.
he's legally
For
blind
instance,
and
you might have
whatnot,
a
honey.
Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation.
Exactly.
IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but
No, he's
typically more
always wore
complaints
those
about somatic
glasses,
symptoms.
Sean. He's always wore colored glasses.
You
But
testified
and that's the
that,
reason, because he's
some
self-conscious about it.
of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this. I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this
Lady.
witness subject- Yes, sorry. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah, for rebuttal.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not
Ma'am, this poor
discuss your
dog.
testimony with anybody, and please do not watch.
They're not
anything
done with you,
this
honey.
trial,
Okay.
Okay? All right,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Well, I mean, I must say they really did muddy the water. They really did muddy the water. But overall, I mean, I think it still holds up, especially with this closing. But we're not done with her yet.
All right. Let's go ahead and take our recess till 3:20. Your next witness is by deposition, is that correct? We will get you all set up then. All right, thank you.
Exhibits.
Oh, okay. We'll come back at 3:20 before the jury comes back out. We'll discuss your exhibits, okay? All right, thank you.
Why was this? Shouldn't that have? See, they were late with exhibits before. I feel like that should have already been done, honey, before the trial even started. Unless, well, you know what though? I mean, I guess these are late exhibits. These must be late exhibits. Oh, that's so true, Maddie. It's very true. All right, girls, I'm going to go get a refill on my drink. I suggest you do the same. Hit that like button if you haven't. Hit that like button if you have not hit that like button. Girls, then I'll be right back. Do not discuss compliments of the stream with anybody outside the stream, please. Girls, if you're just joining us, hello, welcome to Church Debra Live. We are covering the day 8 of Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. That is what we're covering, and that's what we're watching here. Right now, I think they're discussing some evidence. Don't know what they're discussing, but we're going to see. Girl, again, all of these tweens in this audience back there giggling. Girl, can we just remove them? Clock is... Yes, honey. I think there is a courthouse delay. Is it going to happen? Stream. Oh, yeah, I already liked that. I need water, get a soda stream. Yep, add the flavors after. So I couldn't do it vitamin water. I couldn't use a drink flavor in liquids water. You flavor after you carbonate, mouse. If you see a mushroom cloud rising from Bakerville, Deb has had problems charging her soda stream with rice. Yeah. Has anybody done that? I'm going to do it. I am going to do it. I watched videos on it. Fracture, they are debating why Yellow Jacket in court is a bad choice. Who are the tweens there to see, Johnny or Julia? I mean, some could be for her. I mean, I'm not going to say because she is, a younger generation actress, but I doubt it. Just prejudging people, how they look. Like, did you see that one girl's like, I see you, doing that, I see you, all eyes on you with her hands. You were in a courtroom. Like, our society is based off of all this. What are you doing, honey? Let's make this a little bigger, just so we can go edge to edge. What do you think about that, girls? Edge to edge, okay with you, girls? There we go. Oh, but then now it's not even. Black bars. There we go. No, that's not right. It's still bothering me. Put some music on while they chit-chat. Courtroom music. Depp is probably drawing, honey. Dum ba da da bum 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 bum. Definitely Marcia Clark courtroom fashion sense. I mean, the funny thing is, if you think about it, they're all probably making so much money, but maybe not on Amber Heard's side, because obviously Amber Heard found this woman and, found this team, because it's not just the woman, found the team off of a billboard at a Subway. But, I mean, still though, you're making some money. You're an attorney, like some good money. Girl, it ain't like she's a public defender. Like, girl, seriously. Something, honey. Something. Your Honor, I found the coat. I found the coat at a Goodwill. She's like, honey, you cannot just wear that. She's trying to justify. Your Honor, it was on sale at the Goodwill. I had a coupon. Oh, we seen some of the evidence. her fake abuse photos. Is that what the sound would be, Mouse? There we go.
All right, we're ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The jury's coming in. Well, they haven't stood yet. The jury's coming in. Yeah. Were they outside at a protest? What's going on?
All right, thank you. Your next witness?
We call Officer Melissa Sines by deposition designation.
All right.
And just so the jury is aware, for the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
They must got a really dumb jury poll. They have to
State
tell
your
them.
name and your business address.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines, 1546 West Martin Luther King.
Oh, this
Jr.
one's a
Boulevard,
good. This is the officer
Los
that's,
Angeles,
they
California.
called and didn't
is your
see
occupation?
Amber beat up.
I am a police officer,
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been
Why does the
a
judge keep
training
flicking the
officer
screen?
as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident?
What?
He wasn't there?
What?
No, I'm not.
Why
Was
did?
it
What
2
is
months
going
or less from the time
on?
you started training
Why
Officer
did they
Haddon
zoom into his
before the May
shine?
21, 2016 incident?
Yeah, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
No, this is a deposition,
You don't
Mouse.
recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
This is the
What does
deposition
central
that
division include?
her counsel
It encompassed
got with the
downtown
police
Los
officer, but they
Angeles.
decided not to
In
use it.
May of
And so
2016,
Johnny's team wants to use it
what
because it's going to
shift
look
are
bad
you on?
for Amber. Because I think the police officer is
I
going to
was
state
working
that
nights.
she wasn't really
And
beat
what
up.
would the night shift
had no black
entail? What was
eyes.
the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days
But
a
I
week.
wish they would show the video to us.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
I'm guessing through
It
discovery
would be at least
is
5
how his
minutes.
team got it.
How high over that, I wouldn't know that.
And they didn't want to use it
again,
because
every
it,
night is
it
different.
didn't prove
The
Amber's
city pulls
case.
from different divisions if there's special events going on, so it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair
This
estimate?
judge reminds me of Rachel Maddow. I mean, like, you would think this
Correct.
could be her sister.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
Equipment?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a
Okay.
less lethal beanbag shotgun,
What?
and a regular shotgun.
Jesus. When's the last time we heard him using a beanbag gun? Why don't they ever
No,
use
nothing
that?
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check
Girl.
that out.
Let me Google
All
this.
right. Were you trained
Beanbag
in body-worn video
gun.
equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
I don't
Yes,
know.
I
I
have.
don't know why they're making us
When?
listen to this for an hour.
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably
Beanbag
be
used
June
for
of
gun
2016.
Crowd control. What?
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were assigned body-worn video equipment?
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I'd never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift?
You know, I feel kind of
at any
bad for
time
judges
between November 2015
because they're always
and
on a
June
case.
2016?
It's got to
Other
be
than
really
that.
hard to like go do things, especially when they're high-profile
Have
cases.
you had more than one
Like,
body-worn
how does this
video
judge go to a
equipment?
restaurant
Body-worn
on the
camera, is that what
weekend
you're
and not be
asking?
bothered?
I have had 2. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Well,
Not
why
to my
don't
knowledge.
more police officers
So
use
to
the
best of
beanbag
your
gun
knowledge,
then?
You had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have
look at
a
her. His-
recollection
Johnny Depp's
at
hairline
any
does
time while you
that.
were at Central Division,
Makes like a
your
line,
body-worn video camera
like a helmet.
not
Never noticed that
working,
before.
so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you
Pound
specify what you
her.
mean by tools?
Did y'all hear that?
Did you have a notebook, for example?
Somebody was on the call and said pound her.
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
She don't turn them in.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016,
Oh,
that would be in
Jesus,
your
that
locker?
scared me. Warn a bitch.
Should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a
Jesus.
police officer?
Not many, probably less than.
Oh my God, that scared the crap out of me. I'm thinking, what in the
Less than
band?
five.
The
And
Signs of
do
the
you
Lambs?
recall roughly how many pages?
Girl, why do we have
are
a
in
mask
this
on in a
field officer notebook?
deposition?
No, I don't recall.
This looks like a.
Did you have
at-home
access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And what did DART stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence car.
Did you also have access to types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were those kept while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm
this is
just
like it's
asking if she
edited.
recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And
I
what
guess
were the
they're leaving all
circumstances
this
under which you
in
reviewed
so
this document?
we and the jurors can form a
For this
conclusion that
testimony.
this officer is
Now-
like well informed, maybe.
I asked you some questions about the body-worn video Are you aware of anyone, any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016. Did you conduct any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
I'm going to ask you, did anyone at the LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD, ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications.
Oh my God, they're going to make her look at Amber Heard's number 2. Are you kidding me?
Relating to any incident in
That's
849 South
disgusting.
Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
No.
Officer Sines, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
We received training in the police academy.
Okay.
Anywhere else? Did you have any other type of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
Maybe.
I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence, is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
In May of 2016,
There's so many edits
what was
on
the police
there.
officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect is in hiding for the safety of the
Can't with you, Eric.
potential victim,
Girl, probably
and
not.
offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police, Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the domestic violence supplement.
The
report
people behind
form
Johnny Depp
as
are the
member
paralegals,
has been
right?
revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim.
Or is there even
for the
more
purpose of
than
investigating
this
a crime
behind the
of domestic
scenes that we're not
violence?
seeing?
Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand, do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles
Is he
Police
taking a
Department
nap?
Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column where it has a number of
Can't tell,
different
is he asleep?
categories.
It looks
here.
like
It
he's
has
sleeping,
victim
y'all.
shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
So identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation?
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you can turn over to the
I just
crime
don't
scene
understand why we're
section
wearing a
on the
mask when we're
right-hand
by
side,
ourselves
you'll notice that there are
for a
some
remote
categories that include
deposition.
location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
So identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in
Just
fact domestic violence and improving the case?
Correct.
And I direct your attention specifically to the evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including, has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms? Have they ever attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you?
What?
Things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Oh, questions you're supposed to ask.
Give you a background on the relationship, an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Science. You did not fill out that supplemental report.
I just realized the woman
responded on May
asking
16,
the questions for this
2020,
deposition
May
is
21,
the yellow
2016,
jacket lady.
To the Broadway call, correct? With
The
Amber Heard?
Broadway call.
Correct. It did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Mr. Science, I'm going to ask you to take
But
a look at what has been marked as
why are they
exhibit number
editing it
10,
like
if I
this?
can direct
Did not
your attention to
meet
the top.
criteria. Did
It
not
says
meet
domestic
criteria.
violence standards of review, and it has field note provider domestic violence laws, LAPD form.
Girl, we're only
number
21 minutes in.
18.30.2.
There's 1 hour and
Are you
47
familiar
minutes
with
of
that?
this. There's no way.
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Girl, they better speed it
Yes, I
up.
do.
Put her on 5
And then
times.
ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. blooded clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, then that should be noted in the report. That would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here, and it has ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption,
Phone
general
card?
disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Johnny
What
Depp
is
or
your
Amber Heard
understanding of why
has
that would be
prepaid
important?
phones?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
pre-recorded, Eric.
And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
And phone card is
And what would
weird.
be the
It makes me
reason
think
for
like
canvassing
I was gonna say a
location
burner
and
phone, but
interviewing all witnesses?
just so weird.
That would be further evidence.
I guess it is a
And
burner
what is your
phone.
understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions. And it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives
To interview or identify
What the
the person who
hell?
first saw the complainant after the incident.
What is going
they probably have the
on?
best recollection.
Okay. And also has identify the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident. Fresh complaint witness. What is your
Girl,
understanding?
is
why
this
that
like
would
a
be
Ring
important?
VHS? I mean,
Same thing,
the
the best
video looks
recollection.
like VHS-y.
And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard.
I mean, they only have an hour
why would
left
that
to
be
go.
important?
5
They would
o'clock's
prove to us
in.
that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
Okay. And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant, so what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. And then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says, to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Every Day, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information required requirements under section.
Very interesting. A lot of
1371
people are
of the
drinking
California
unbranded
Penal Code, but
water.
also to provide
And then you
information
have,
regarding
like,
the Vine program.
Amber Heard and this other dude drinking
Did you have a copy
Evian
of that
and
pamphlet? Was that something that was
branded
given
waters.
to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I love an old
And
tube TV,
was that
though,
something
y'all.
that you
I must say.
typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide?
He's
the
weird
pamphlet
at it.
to the
Oh.
victim? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
Yeah,
And
because
then
some
so
rich
was the
celebrity is
Martin's
going to go to a
exhibit number
shelter.
11.
Girl,
Do you
bye.
recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the Vine.
Okay, when you say Vine, is this the
Oh,
pamphlet?
probably
that
so,
was being-
Maddie.
Okay, and it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet
Up.
to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take a
Oh,
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking. to
we
provide evidence
only
of
give
the
them
jury,
to
Defendant's
victims
Exhibit
of
730,
domestic.
and
Girl,
Mr.
that
Depp has
woke
no
me
objection.
up.
7:30 of evidence and published?
Girl, that was a serve. Girl, everybody was like, girl, what is the purpose of all this? And then all of a sudden we hear it. You know the jury is like, damn, honey. We only give the numbers to victims of domestic violence. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, Amber Heard's very fashion forward and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, and then we can
Okay.
keep going.
first page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall.
Girl, that was a serve.
From specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31, and it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Science, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right. And it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be
What?
when you
Seriously,
and
I'm not
Officer
messing with the
Haddon
audio. I mean, I was
arrived
playing some
at
fart sounds to
849
wake
South
everybody
Broadway?
up. But seriously, what is this audio that keeps playing
And
over
then it
this?
has the next entry, is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57.
Yeah,
so that
Johnny's
would be
tired, honey.
9/22.
He's trying to stay
Okay.
away.
And it says, go ahead, I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Matt
I swear to God, I didn't add that
Chuck
fart
Lope.
sound.
verified husband left Lope.
I don't know what that sound
Vic
is.
advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead and go into the next page, or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you, those two lines that you just read?
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
That's exactly what it sounds like,
Okay,
Eric.
can you tell me what that
They
means?
must
Can you
have
just
recorded
tell me
this
in
on
one person's
VHS
words
for
what
older
those words
people
are?
that are lawyers.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there. And that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay, and at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay, and what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay, now if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12.
What? Really, Lou? I didn't know that.
And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right.
But it
and
makes sense
I believe you
because,
testified
you
earlier
know,
that you reviewed this
space-wise.
document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 9/22, correct, at the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that.
So now she's
you
trying
were
to,
at
you know,
the
she's going to try to
penthouse on
play
May
the
21st,
scene that, you know, she's
2016,
abused.
For 30 to 60 minutes.
She's
Do you recall
watch
me
her.
asking that?
They keep the
Yes, I
camera
do.
on her.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer
Pity
Adams
me.
spent at the penthouse?
I'm the
on May
victim.
21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off. And that's where those timestamps come from.
He had an
Now, once you
elevator
got
in, I
off
mean, he
the
has an
at
elevator in his
9:04
home?
PM,
Jesus.
The first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you
I mean, I have an
went
elevator, but
around
damn.
and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. You recall that?
Courtyard.
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
A police officer that
Now,
showed up at
Did you
a
take any
call
notes
that already
during
said
the entire
nothing was wrong with
15
Amber
minutes
Heard.
from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator?
because Amber Heard faked
didn't.
her
Did Officer
her
Haddon take
attack,
knowledge?
honey. Her fake
Not to my
little
knowledge, no.
Okay.
red
Did
face.
you take pictures or record anything.
And the cops already said
I
it
did
was
not.
not a domestic. It's domestic
So
violence.
after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the parameter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
Girl.
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying,
Girl. That poor
I don't know,
man.
nothing that I could remember. I
He
just
might be
remember,
watching this
a male
now.
white. Nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Girl,
Did he have facial
shading
hair,
this
beard, or
man.
mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall
Girl.
how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember
I
anything
think
about him.
so.
Did you
I
ask
think,
him his
yeah.
name?
I don't recall.
SAENZ. That's
You recall
that's
that?
the police
I
officer's
do.
last name.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact. correct?
SAENZ.
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
She abused her
recall.
last
What
wife, Vanessa.
hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't
I
recall.
can't figure that out, Magnet, because she's in a room by herself, I think.
Now,
It's a
when was
remote
the first time you
deposition.
were asked
I don't
to
see anybody
provide
reflecting off the
details of the
TV.
events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of
I mean,
what your
I mean, it
recollection
makes
was
sense.
of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2 month period?
See, now she's trying to act sad because it's a flashback.
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had
I'm
you
not
answered in those 2
farting.
months?
It's in the audio.
I don't know that
It does sound
number.
like farts, though.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Duty bound.
Correct.
What?
Now,
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance,
recollection
my
is that there was no
client.
damage to the flat.
Taco
We searched
Bell
the
is
entire flat,
not.
and there was no damage, broken
Not
glass, or anything out
evidence.
of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary
Duty
during
bound.
this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
Oh, a penthouse.
I did not.
Penthouse. That's why
When
there's
you
an
left
elevator.
that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But
Damn.
anything else?
No, nothing.
Oh, girl.
And just so we can stay on
So,
that for a minute, you did
Amber
not,
Heard
you had not
was
heard of
so
Amber Heard at the time
basic
of
and
this
had no
report,
marks.
right,
The
on
only
May
thing the
21st,
officer can
2016?
recall
Correct.
about the
But you
trip
did know that
was
Johnny
how
Depp was an
nice
actor,
the
correct?
penthouse
Correct.
is. Girl.
And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's
Amber, girl, you
penthouse when
lied.
reported,
Girl.
correct?
Correct.
Amber should have
But
just went her own
you,
ways when they
as you just said,
divorced.
were
Johnny
impressed
went
with
his
the
ways. They
penthouse.
both would have
You were fair to say you
careers.
thought
Girl,
probably
this
somebody
is.
with some wealth lived
I don't
there.
know how Warner Brothers
Can you
cannot
bring
drop
up plaintiff's
her.
exhibit number 23?
They dropped Johnny. They're gonna have to. She's made almost all this crap up,
Officer Sykes,
honey.
did you recognize
This girl is
elevator at all?
lied.
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm
I
going
would
to
love
ask
to
you to go
live in a penthouse too,
to
Magnet.
211940.
But you got to
And
step on
as you're
people
moving
to make it that
Officer
big.
Sines, I'm
Maggie, you
going
got to be
ask
willing to
you
do it.
To take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip.
But I probably
That's
couldn't really
you, is
live
that
in a
correct?
penthouse because when
Correct.
I
Officer
stayed
Haddon, do you
in that
recognize-
skyscraper
Officer
hotel
Sines,
of the
can you
highest
tell
floor,
what you were
couldn't do
saying
it.
to Officer Haddon?
And I got a lower room, and even
Does it
then,
look like
I kept
you might
waking
have
up at
said
night
the
thinking it was just going to
beginning
fall
that was
over.
Crazy.
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion?
I mean, if Amber
with
Heard lied
Officer
about
Haddon?
this, it
No, I
probably
wouldn't
is
agree.
all a lie, all of it. And that's just what
How would you describe your
it's
demeanor?
that's sick.
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that
You don't like
up,
heights,
so
Mouse?
your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing.
She's looking at the
disarray,
drawers.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Look at her
correct?
looking at the drawers.
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Sines, let me ask you this question. So,
I mean, the
we've
sad thing
established
is
that
Amber
you,
can lose and Johnny could still
got off
lose.
the elevator on the
And then nobody
penthouse level
nobody
at
walks over
9:04
anything but
PM. Do you recall
but
that?
bills.
Yes, I do.
Do you
Lower your
recognize
bills,
the person
but
here?
I mean,
Yes, I do.
his career
Okay.
is
And do you
ruined
see
because of
any
this.
signs of injury
It's just this.
on Amber Heard's face in this picture?
I mean, do I think Johnny Depp is an
I do
angel?
not.
Hell no. But girl,
Is it your testimony that
this
you
is
do not
sick.
perceive
And then when
this cheat
to
be
write that or to
reflecting an injury
co-write that
on Amber Heard?
article.
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now.
And it's just so
will be
sad because
I'm
I mean,
asking you
I
to take a look at that
don't want Amber
eyelid. Is it
Heard's
your
career
perception
ruined, but
that
my
that
God,
eyelid
why
does
did you
not
lie
reflect
like
injury?
this?
I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Sines?
Correct. No injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is, and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that?
I
does
mean, it's not a
reflect
money
injury?
thing. I mean, he'll never need
Officer
money.
Sines, I'm going to ask you to look
Look
at
at all
what has
those
been marked
cult
as deposition
women
exhibit
and
number
people behind
18,
him.
Close to the time that you.
The
arrived
cult
from the
people will
elevator,
still
correct?
support it, but it's just
Please describe
disgusting.
for me what you see.
And it's so
in this
sad to
photograph.
real people that deal with domestic violence, you know,
a striped
real
carpet
domestic
with
violence, and you
discoloration
just
on the
co-opt a movement because you
right-hand
want to be
side of the
famous
photo,
and have your little Me Too
what
story.
I perceive as, I don't know if that's
It's
a reflection,
disgusting.
some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see this? These stains?
Hello, Faust,
not
honey,
that
I
I
hope you're
recall.
well.
All right. Do you,
Is she wearing a
Do you-
trident earring?
would you agree that there are,
She
those are reddish
is.
stains
Girl, she's-
on the right side?
Correct.
Girl, she's hanging on
What
to
does it look like to you
Aquaman.
from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Tell you one thing
Red
though,
wine?
how could you
Possibly?
ever,
It could be, yes.
male, female, binary, how
But
could you
don't
ever
recall seeing
want to
that in the
date Amber
hallway
Heard after
you
this?
got off the elevator.
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to
I
number
can't believe she has
19.
trident earrings. I could,
Do
you just can't make this
recognize what is
up.
depicted
Girl,
in
when the
exhibit
series
number
comes out,
19?
we are going to live, honey.
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay. Serial number,
It's just
thank you.
sad,
And
you know, because I
it
don't,
has your name, and is that your serial number?
I mean, her career is going to be ruined from this.
Who wrote this on the card?
You know, that's sad.
I don't recall.
Would it have been
She
either
definitely
you
won't
or
be in the
Officer
third
Haddon?
Aquaman.
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking
Hello.
at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes,
I mean,
do.
I'm not saying it wasn't
And
a
why
bad
did you leave a business
relationship.
I advise Amber Heard that
You know,
she
Johnny's
could
no
contact
angel,
us at
like
any
I
time
said,
if she
but
changed her mind and decided that
just
she wanted
lie.
to speak to us and cooperate.
Like the, I
All
mean,
right.
that
Let's go to number 20.
it just
Do you
discredits
recognize
everything. Then.
this?
Just disgusting.
What's depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right. And it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16.
I mean, if I would have never seen none of this, I probably would have been like,
well,
well, they're both horrible people. But, you know, this
Correct.
is pretty damning.
And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute. It's the same. It's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Science, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Science, is the timestamp on here?
Hello, Henny.
9:19.
The officer that came to one of the
Does that comport with your recollection?
DV
of when you
calls,
left?
domestic
I don't
violence
recall
calls.
what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that
The
is
one
in
where
front of me.
Amber took pictures, had pictures taken
have
where
any
she was
reason to believe
severely
that's
beaten
incorrect?
up by Johnny.
I don't.
It was
Officer
all a
Science, I'm going to
lie.
ask you to take a look at exhibit number
Said she didn't even
24. Okay.
give
Do
her.
you
She didn't give her
recognize
any of the
person in
information
photo?
because it wasn't a domestic
Amber.
violence call.
Okay. Do you
There was nothing wrong with Amber.
perceive,
The only thing she remembered
there
about
to
the
be
event
an
was how nice the
injury
apartment
or evidence
was.
of injury on Amber's
penthouse.
face in this photo.
No, I do not.
What is
She
your,
literally made it all up.
perception of the redness
least
on
in-
the
in-
cheek
in this
and the
instance.
eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed her crying. She's fair-skinned. Her face is flushed.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed. Yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Science, do you see any redness
That's
on
actually a good
Amber
idea,
Heard's
Bryce.
cheek and above her eyelid, and we'll go with those.
I do.
And what is your perception
Girls,
of
don't
what
forget
the
to hit
cause
that like
of
button.
those,
I really
those
appreciate
red
it.
marks?
And do all the YouTube
Consistent
stuff.
with her crying, her face is flushed.
And is it fair
Really
say that
trying to
you
get
do
the
not believe
officer
that
to
this
state
reflects an
it's
injury?
abuse.
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
But in your mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you had testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any.
Girl, the
Swelling
officer
of
came to the house when this
I'm going to
happened.
ask you to
I
take a look at what's
can't.
been marked as exhibit number
Girl,
28.
it's over.
Do you
See,
recognize
this is
as
exactly
Amber Heard?
why his
Yes, I do.
attorneys are playing this though, because
Okay. And
at
do
this
you
point we're
see
all like,
redness
"Girl,
on
stop!
the
This is
right cheek
insane.
and above
It's
the
just
eye?
making Amber's lawyers look
Yes, I do.
insane, honey."
And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
This is the Riddler.
No,
Why not?
because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do
Girl,
you
I
see
don't care how many
any
pictures you
redness in the
show.
right cheek
I don't think
above
it's
the
going to
eyelid?
change it.
Yes.
Okay, and is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses.
The
correct?
generic male.
Officer Science, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Yeah, Amber's
And you
attorney.
used the term thoroughly.
This is the
did you not?
deposition that Amber's
I don't
attorney
recall.
Okay. Do you
had
feel
on this
like you
officer.
conducted a
And
thorough
then I'm guessing through
search of the
discovery,
penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And
you
when
know,
you're
they
talking
chose
about
to
a
use
sweep of
this.
the
I mean,
location,
obviously, if
did
this
you go through every room?
Depp's attorney chose
Yes,
to lead with
every room.
this
Okay.
because it
And was there
shows
anyone
Depp in a
escorting
good
you
light
through
and it
those
shows
rooms?
that Amber
Yes, the same
has
male
been
that
lying. So
met
obviously
with
that's
at the
why,
beginning of
you
the
know,
call.
Amber's attorneys are not
Yeah, you
choosing
called
to
the
use
generic
this.
male. Correct.
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
They didn't
I
bring the
attempted to.
officer in
All parties
live
were uncooperative.
because of how damning
What
this
did you
deposition
say to the
was.
woman that was with Ms.
This
Ms. Heard?
deposition, because I think the
I don't
lawyer.
recall the exact words, but
I think what the
I
problem
introduced
is
myself to
is
everyone
Amber Heard
and
has
asked
lied to her lawyers.
if they seen what happened or know what
So
happened.
they
and
they
all
did this
refused to speak to me.
deposition thinking
Did you
Amber was
ask
telling
for
the
their
truth.
names?
So then they had the questions lined up to
I
ask the
recall,
officer.
yes, I did ask for their
Oh,
names.
you did
Nobody would give
witness
me
Amber Heard being assaulted,
their
and then
names.
the officer's like,
Now,
"Oh
that's a
no,
little unusual,
actually, I
isn't
didn't
it?
even give her a card because there was
No,
no
it's not.
domestic violence."
A lot of people don't like
So
us.
then they were like, "Oh crap."
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to,
Wait, what was
with a
that?
domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
People in the
Every
audience were
situation's
laughing.
different. Based on my training experience where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was, how tall she was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about her.
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigations.
This is an officer.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free.
That makes
When
sense.
I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that
It doesn't
you were talking
matter.
with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
It doesn't matter.
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down, if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you
Johnny's like, well, that
look
makes
at
sense.
throughout the house
Look at
to
that
ensure
makes
that the person
sense.
wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those?
Oh my God, I remember that.
Items as
I remember
checklist
those,
for crime
pricing.
scene for domestic violence?
And that weird drawer thing. You'd
As
put
it
them
pertains
in.
to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
They're eating
Did you ever
mints.
communicate in any
Look,
manner with the two
see, I don't like
officers
this.
who
This,
answered
I
the
mean,
second
even though
call
I
to the
know,
penthouse?
obviously
not.
he
Did you
wasn't,
communicate through a third party
abusing
to the second
her.
set of
Well,
officers
I don't know
relating to
that.
the domestic
I
violence
believe
call
that.
and your determination?
Him passing
not.
mints around, and they're like eating mints. Like, you're in a courtroom. Don't do that.
Did you
That's
know
going to
the
rub
two
people
officers Who
wrong.
responded to the second call?
Hell, all you know, the jurors are going to be like, well, crap,
sorry.
you know, obviously he didn't do
Do
it,
you
but,
know
you
who they are
know,
to this
damn
day?
on,
I do not.
Have you
Damn
ever
on,
spoken to the other two
on the rich.
officers about the responding to this call
passing
on
around
May
mints like a
21st,
buffet.
2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
Did we say the people in the back were paralegals or no?
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. You understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since
Oh, okay.
I
Thank
believe
you,
the end of
Lana.
November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Oh, this is in the heat of
4 to
COVID
6
kind of
months.
too.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was a deposition between both parties
Now-
then.
When you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Strike that. Did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Every time I hear that, I think
And
of
what did you do
Haddonfield.
next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and
I will
knocked and was met
check
by a
Tableau
male.
out, Vanessa. I just Googled.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the
They're
elevator
very pretty,
to knocking
though.
on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on
Somebody
the door,
is breathing heavy on
was
this
there anything in the
mic.
hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door.
Jesus.
And we waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male. Is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with the generic white male, Miss Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
And
Nope, we got the glasses back on.
in the hallway, how far were you standing from Miss Heard?
Those are pretty glasses. Very 70s. See-through glasses, a big
It
thing
was
in the
close,
70s.
probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Miss Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Miss Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Miss Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Miss Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. Okay. So now, fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male Ms. Heard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
The generic white male's not
she was
Johnny Depp,
uncooperative.
honey. It's the neighbor, I think. Right?
At that time,
I think
was Ms. Heard
so.
cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. But just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond to help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway?
You know, people that
to
have all these
conducting a
books,
sweep?
like the law books and stuff, do you think they ever read these
I don't
books?
recall.
It's got to be all for show.
No, before you swept.
I'm with you on that one,
penthouses,
Magnet. You see them in all these
Did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
I don't think
Yes, I
anybody
did.
reads them.
Okay. And who?
Look at the backs
what was
of them.
the
They don't even
response?
look like they've ever even been cracked.
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Exactly, Magnet.
Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, Is that a technical police officer term?
Yeah.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location, or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective
Thank you
sweep
so
of
much,
2
Stacy.
penthouses,
Law
correct?
books we have are just
Correct.
What
old
was your
now. We use
understanding
other
of who owned or
resources.
lived in the
They
first
sure look
penthouse that you
impressive. They
performed
do
a
look, I mean,
protective
it
sweep
does.
on?
I mean, imagine if you went to a lawyer and then there was no
It
books.
was my understanding
Girl,
that
just a bag of potato chips
Amber
and a
Heard-
laptop.
That it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Oh,
Yes,
what
the
is
male.
that?
The only male
Girl,
that was
his
there
diary
besides my
looks
partner.
creepy, honey.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Girl, it's his bills.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into
I mean, he's
every
very
room of the penthouse?
eccentric. But he needs to get off drugs
my
because
knowledge,
he's
yes.
going to die like Elvis, seriously.
And was your knowledge based on the generic
Bloated.
male
I know.
medium
I
oral?
think he's off the opioids
Correct.
now,
Is it
but
your
I think he got
understanding
back on them.
That
I think he's back on
that your
them.
protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse.
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? Did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
I did not.
I did not.
Upon your completion of
Girl, she.
the sweep,
She
protective
is-
sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from
This is live. I
you
can't
exiting the
skip it.
elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you
I mean, the
believe that
thing
a
about
crime
it
had been
is,
committed?
real courtrooms are not like the movies.
Up
You know,
until that point
you know
in
what I
time,
mean?
Did you hear or see anything that made you
But I
think
will
an act
say,
of
like,
domestic
some of the stuff
violence
has
had
been really
occurred?
good, like the stuff yesterday. It's a really good
Now, I
court
want
case
to
that's
ask you,
entertaining
you
because
testified that
it's very
you
entertaining when you get to
testified
learn all the
you,
ins and outs of being a super wealthy celebrity in my book.
viewing
Or like that
Ms.
doctor
Heard,
they had,
and not
like,
seeing any
obviously we're
signs
all
of
going to buy
injury.
her books,
did
honey.
you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
Girl, Amanda Waller
And
comes
did you see
in
anything like that?
when they throw
didn't.
Amber Heard in jail
And
and is like,
you
well,
didn't
you're going to the
Did you see
suicide
anything
squad,
like
fish
that during
girl.
during the entire time period you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine
That's not a bad
that she
idea,
sustained any
Megan.
injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
They're going to call her Fish
I did.
Goyle.
Inside of the.
They're going to
inside
call
of the
Johnny
loft, or
Chocolate
penthouse, sorry.
Boy.
Okay, was that before or after the...
Come on, Chocolate Boy.
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay, how how many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I mean, this doesn't sound wrong,
I
but
don't recall.
this cop's kind of hot. You know what I
There was the
mean?
one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
She was blowing bubbles
Close enough to get a good
in her
view
fish
to
tank.
determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
Girl, there it is.
At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injury?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse,
I can't.
did you see anything?
This is just
in disarray?
insane.
I did not.
Girl, Amber Heard has to be like,
Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a
has to
protective
be
sweep
regretting
of the
all
second
this,
penthouse?
right?
Yes, I did.
Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Okay. Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During
I
that
did
second
not.
protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During your protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
After you performed the
You know,
second protective,
I still can't
I'm
get
sorry, after you
over
performed the protective
how they were
sweep
trying to catch
of
the psychologist,
second
the doctor.
penthouse, what did you do?
She tried to
I
entrap the
responded
doctor
to
in
where
like
Amber
admitting that
Heard
she
was.
talked to her husband about
And I
Amber
again tried
Heard,
to
and then
see
the
if I could
doctor
get
was
any
like,
information
"Are
from
you
her.
implying my husband
I
getting
was
the
unsuccessful,
muffins?"
and then I issued her the business card
That was
and let her
that
know
was
that
insane.
she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
That was just insane.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
Okay. During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Jesus.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Ms. Heard at that time?
Never.
Amber Heard.
No, I have never heard of Amber
I
Heard
mean, back
before
then
that
nobody
time.
really knew who she was until she got the fish roll. I didn't even know when she was with Johnny. I didn't know who she was. Like I said, I seen that movie, and I think she had a wonderful performance, but I
Did you
didn't know
recognize
who she
any of
was.
the
I just knew
people
the
that
girl
you
in the
encountered
lead of
during
that
the
movie. It
incident?
was really good.
I did not.
I mean, she's not very unique looking. She's a beautiful girl, but you know what I'm saying?
At the time of the incident, did you
She's
have
just
any
not,
reason to
you know,
believe
like.
that anybody you encountered at the incident?
See, I don't even remember in
was famous?
that part of that movie, honey, and I like that movie. That's where with the machine
And
girl
during the
with the
entire
legs
time
for guns,
you were
right?
at the penthouses during the incident.
Yeah, she's just not an it girl.
Did you have
I
any
mean,
reason
she
to
might.
believe that
If none of this would
Mr.
happen, she
Depp was
probably could have
affiliated,
become an it girl
or involved
because
in
you know
the incident?
the fish movie.
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Totally. I mean, yeah, the ward. That's it. Thank you, Aaron. She was good in the ward, but I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, oh, that was a really good movie, and then that was the end.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on the
Okay, I
skirt?
haven't seen Machete Kills.
And there
then.
was
I
not a
haven't seen that.
response.
I did not observe
I guess I
any
need to see
injuries on
that.
Miss Heard.
Okay. Did you observe any swelling on Miss Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
Alex, if you can pull up Exhibit 2.
Girl, she has just caused some mess for nothing, Amber. Why did you do all this? It's not just that you came for Johnny. It's you hurt your own self for nothing. I mean, obviously, if it truly happened, totally. But obviously, it didn't happen. What is
So
he
is this
just
gonna
gonna
be
let it?
Exhibit 57?
Did she really think he was just gonna
Yes.
let her ruin him and not do something, not go after her?
Officer Sines, do you recall
I can't
having
believe she did
your
this.
deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay.
So lucky to get a break
And
and get into
do you
Hollywood, and
recall,
you have it made,
giving
and you just
testimony in connection
ruin
with that
it.
Deposition under oath?
Oh, I'm sure. Well, she
Yes,
was
I'm
doing
sorry.
speaking gigs
Yes.
for the Me Too movement.
And
You
did
could pay to
give
have Amber Heard
accurate and
speak
true
at an
testimony
event
at that
about,
time?
Yes.
being a survivor. It was
And you
totally a
understood you were
grift.
under oath,
She
correct?
didn't want to be known as a
Correct.
sex symbol. She wanted to be more, and I guess that's what she's like. Well, I could get on the Me
Alex,
Too
if you can go to
movement.
page 26. Officer Sines, do you
It's
recall
just so
testifying
sad,
as
you know.
to
Like I said, I mean, he's no
recall
angel.
testifying
He has
that-
substance abuse
and
and
I'm
all
talking
this
about
stuff,
today.
you know, it's not great. But
you
this
recall
is
just
personal
testifying
matters.
that
For her to lie like this, I mean, that's just,
Can't
it's
recall
just
what-
horrible.
Ms. Heard said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can.
I mean, girl, you
go
were
off
with
what
a
I'm
man
seeing
that
here on
had
my
a private
screen.
island. I'm not saying she should have stayed with him. I mean, he obviously has drug issues.
Your Honor,
I
we're
would
at 5 o'clock.
definitely-
It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it. Thank you.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You agree with me
I wouldn't
that
want to stay with somebody that was
memory
drunk
of
all the time.
day
And
of the
you know,
incident
but she
was
did drugs
fresher
too, and we've
on
seen
July
that.
18th, 2016 than it is today.
Girl, not
Yes,
he
that is
doesn't look
correct.
blind.
Okay.
I don't know what, I
The
didn't
incident was May
investigate
21st,
it.
2016.
Girl, you please don't
This
ever go up to a
deposition
blind
was
person and
July
ask him,
18th,
you don't look
2016.
blind.
How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
His eye muscles work,
a few months.
magnet,
Okay.
just like a fake eye moves. You know, because the
Yeah.
muscles still work. The
Well, if I
muscles
could
aren't
have
what
control-
sees the photons, honey. I'm guessing he has some type of defect with his retina, maybe, in his eye. I mean, I don't know. It could be neurological, maybe. I'm sure you could notice it, though. That's why he wears the glasses. But didn't he do something weird with his eye in the Jack Sparrow movie one time where it was looking the other way? So maybe, like, if he doesn't pull it with glasses,
This is Alex speaking.
it does weird
yeah,
things.
I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine. Officer Symes, I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3.
Eric, that's okay.
The question
We don't have
is-
much longer, girls.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse, did you have an opportunity to speak with Miss Heard when you were in the, she said, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Heard at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of that skin you have of like the Latino gentleman or whatever with the hair that has the hairstyle just like that. I could think it's like a soccer player maybe. Girl, when she takes the stand, she better come for a Razzie because I don't know what else she could do to try to get out of this.
Did you do anything
I think
that you would
what they need to
characterize as
do.
vandalism?
I did not.
She just needs to say she's crazy. She made it all up, and she just wants this to end. I don't know. She don't have the money to pay him, though. So, I mean, I don't know how. She don't have no $100 million to give this man. Unless she releases a statement, he waives $100 if she just releases a statement saying, you know,
During
I
the
lied.
entire time you
I
were
lied
at
and ruined
the
his
penthouses
reputation.
On May 21st, 2016,
And he says you don't have to pay me. And then
were you
maybe
looking for any
Disney
probable
will
cause to
re-sign
believe
him. I
that a
don't
crime had
even
been
think
committed?
Disney will re-sign him, y'all.
Yes, it was.
And what did you determine?
Yeah, I was discussing that earlier.
determined there
Mouse,
was no
about
crime.
she lied about the makeup.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
The makeup is supposed to be a big part of
There was no
of
probable cause of
her
any sort of
team's,
crime.
you know,
Thank you.
defense. But then the makeup company was like this, because the lady was like, this makeup is going to play a role in this court. You're going to hear about how this makeup, she used this compact every day to hide the bruises and the abuse that Johnny did to her. And then the makeup company's like, actually, no, ma'am. We didn't even have that palette out. That palette came out like a year ago or 2 years ago. And I'm like, oh my God, she lied to her. I mean, you're constantly lying to your attorneys. It's a total lie. No, they held the compact up. They haven't addressed it yet. I mean, I'm sure they'll try to address it, Mouse, by saying, "Oh, it was the wrong compact
During the
that
entire
day,"
time
or whatever.
You were at the penthouses
All
on May
this
21st,
is
2016.
done in advance. You're not going to hold up the wrong,
Were you wearing any
evidence. For God's
body-worn
sake.
video cameras?
I was not.
Are you certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body-worn video until June of 2016.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you wouldn't mind putting Exhibit 9 back up.
She's probably mad because it was supposed to be over at 5 o'clock.
Officer Signs, you were shown this
Well, I
document.
mean, body
earlier. What
cams
is
are
this
not
document?
something easy when you don't
It is a
have the
domestic
tech
violence
for it,
supplemental
Mouse.
report.
I mean, that's a big thing to
Do you
implement.
recall counsel?
I mean, there's still
asked you
officers that
about
don't have
the
them
victim column
everywhere
and the crime scene
because,
column?
you know.
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Especially back then. The camera technology's come a long way. But
And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
yeah, but 2013
difference.
Mouse, you got to remember cameras and stuff.
Did you fill out one of these forms in
I think the
connection
original
with
call
your
was in
investigation on May
2013.
21st, 2016?
I did not,
Why not?
Wait, maybe it was 2016. I don't
because
know.
it was determined there was no crime.
Yeah, 2016.
And
But even
Officer
then,
Signs,
I mean, you
one more
know,
question with respect to that Exhibit 9. I know it's not up, but
cameras are so cheap now
the
that, yeah, I
fact that
totally can
you
see
did
it
not
now.
fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection with this deposition?
I do not.
Officer Signs, do you see these two pictures?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the person in the pictures?
Yes, Amber Heard.
In both pictures?
Goodbye,
But
Yes.
I do see
Faust.
a
Thanks for
difference in
stopping
the
by,
pictures
honey.
between these two
Hope you
pictures.
have a wonderful day.
Yes, I do the lighting of the photos.
Okay. Do you see any difference in connection with the redness on the cheeks of Ms. Heard as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side is the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Heard's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you've indicated.
Yes.
Okay. And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Heard's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or
So it's
exaggerated.
just a side note at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard
What
Time.
does it say?
Pricey Brinks will be
respect
doing a
to-
radio show in the Discord,
let's
Church
concentrate
Number
on the picture on the left.
Discord.
Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left? Under add a title, do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9:25:12 p.m.
And now let's look
Someone
at
on
the
like
other
a
picture, exhibit
breathing
29,
machine.
at the same
It's like
spot.
Darth
Can you
Vader's
read
in the room.
for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9:25:12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
Your signs, do you see exhibit 41?
Wait, did she Photoshop one of the photos?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions
Fracture.
Yes.
during your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
The two
Did you
penthouses.
see anything
What?
in disarray?
Two?
No.
Wait, how do you have two penthouses? You can't, because the penthouse is the top floor. I'm confused. You can't have a penthouse on top of a penthouse, right? Because therefore the one underneath the top penthouse wouldn't be a penthouse. Like, is there two skyscrapers that
signs,
they live
I think you
in?
answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a LA, Los Angeles police officer?
Oh, so it's
That will be
split.
going on 12 years.
Officer Stein,
Jesus.
in connection with your investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as necessary to determine if a crime had been committed?
Yes.
You can never have too many penthouses. Girl, penthouses, islands. Where's this lady walking?
At any point in time
Oh.
during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Hurd ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody that you spoke with or saw?
Looks like a lot of the
On May 21st,
crazies have
2016,
left. Jonestown
penthouses
finally got
asked
the
you to
hell up
file a
out of
report?
there.
No.
Did you have any cause
And that
to file a
leggings.
report?
No.
And was that determination in line with your training?
Yes.
There's book bag again. Tell you one thing, this audience has been a hot mess.
If you had witnessed anything
So
that led you
excited.
to believe that an act of
Just
domestic
rolling my
violence had
eyes.
occurred, would you have filed a report?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Hurd had asked
You know,
not to?
Yes.
If there's
And
not
is that in line with your training?
and honey, as an obese
Yes.
woman, we have an obesity problem in this country.
Officer Sines, you were asked some questions.
You remember when they used
And
to
just so
make-
everybody's on the same page, we have about a minute and a half of questions from Ms. Hurd's counsel at this point.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you watch, like, the police training videos, like, they have to be able to do, like, jump over this, jump over that, go through hoops? Look at all those officers. They're all overweight. There is no way. There's just no way. If something was to happen in that courtroom, there is no way them girls could stop anything.
And you recognize.
No wonder all these
and
police
Officer Haddon
overreact
is
with guns. That's all they
Yes.
can do.
Okay.
I mean,
And
Jesus.
What time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 21.
That one officer's on their smartwatch while they're in the court.
9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Oh, you can't see.
We
It's
looked at
cutting
this
it off.
earlier.
There's
I'm gonna
another
ask you to take a look at
officer.
it again at 21, and so this one has what time?
21:19:49.
All right, and allowing for, and Officer Sines, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators, but allowing for that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay. You were asked to look at a number of the pictures that I had shown you earlier that were taken on the night of
Deborah,
May
you have put that in the
21st,
chat almost
2016,
like 20 times,
before,
hadn't you?
during,
You don't have to
and
say it that
after
many times.
The time that you and Officer Haddon had reported to to Ms. Heard's penthouse. Do you recall seeing those again and being asked about them?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked you if you had seen any of those photographs before, and you indicated that you had not, correct?
No,
Correct.
So,
Brenda's helping us in
other
the chat,
than
girls.
what was placed in the CAD summary by either you or Officer Haddon, and then also went into the incident recall, are you aware of any documentation that either you
I mean, Deborah,
or
there's only
Officer Haddon
there's only 19 people
collected
viewing. There's 33
relating in
likes,
any
I
manner
think. So, I mean, I
to
think
the visit
we've
to the
saturated it, is what I'm
penthouse on
saying,
May
Henny.
21,
I think there's anybody else to
2016.
like. If
No.
the number goes up, then definitely put it in.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you.
You sure will. Come and knock on my door. We've been waiting for you.
All right, I still have some outstanding exhibits, so if you could get with Jamie and see
Oh,
what ones those
she ain't
are, so we
forgetting
can get
about
that taken care of,
those.
so we don't get backwards and we keep up. All right, we'll see you in the morning. All right, thank you.
Girls. Girl, the judge is like, girl, I got a shit. Look at, she's just lollygagging. Girl, performance is everything. Well, I guess that it doesn't matter now because her audience is gone. Yeah, I mean, the jury's gone, so I understand. Girl, Depp flew out there too, honey. I mean, they just seem more well-prepared. But then again, look at all the money Depp has versus Amber. So, you know what I'm saying? Makes sense. Are they playing dodgeball? Is that what they're doing? Are they playing dodgy? All right, girls, it has been fun. It really has been fun. It has been wonderful. It's been wonderful. Seriously, though, it was really fun covering this. I'm going to be covering it. I think I'm going to try to cover it every day, depending on my schedule. Depends on what I got going on. But, all right, my friends. Well, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Pricey Pranks will be doing a radio show in the Church Deborah Discord. So, girls, I'll see ya over there. Bye, girls. Thank you for all the love and likes and stopping by and the new subs. It was fun. It really was fun. Bye, girls.